Well, I'm alive.
I'm not.
Last time on the USS Kismet and Tiger Squadron, rather, we had the crew and various ships deal with a rather sizable problem in the Liluri system. After having pacified the beasts in the region and captured those involved, everyone began their journey back to the Shosku sector to, well, return to home base and gather their thoughts. During one particular alpha shift as you're about a few hours out from Shosku, because it does take a little bit of time, even at your speed, to get to where you want to go. You're maybe a couple hours out from DSE at this point. So that means you have a double of myth. I take that back. You have a senior staff meeting, and the current attendees are Captain Penn, Commander Myth, and Lieutenant Commander Varder, as the fleet captain is apparently got called away on a rather extended call with the Admiralty, and the Doctor is busy attending to the various other duties she has aboard ship, so she is unable to attend at the moment.
Brandon should get a trait for that. Just on call with admirals. What's
Aha!
our agenda in this meeting?
I finally loaded in.
Aha!
I was stuck on the title screen, so I've only just got in now.
Well, at this moment, the agenda is basically what your intentions are going forward, because right now you have no pending missions. You have no, aside from your continuing missions and continuing alerts about your diplomatic situation and missing Andromeda. And you've been briefed on. By this time, the three of you would have been definitely made aware of the Silk Road Initiative and how it's been expanded to cover most of the Rimward area. So 10th Fleet has shifted. Actually, I'll pull the map up. Sorry, you just loaded into. So, map a little this way. The 10th Fleet used to be. I mean, it is based off of Starbase 21. I should really unsnap that. It was based out of Starbase 21. And the idea was that it was going to be kind of have this sort of area of effect.
Mm-hmm.
But the focus has shifted for the Rimward. And the intention is that the Admiral, because one Admiral was here at Starbase 27, and he watched the Gorn-Cleon frontier. The other Admiral was up here, I believe. And they watched the Cardassian Union, Tholian Assembly, Tellarian Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And 21 was just the middle ground between them. The Silk Road Initiative, in an attempt to try to reconnect a lot of the frontier worlds and sectors, especially these far off ones. I mean, Tiger, Tallgrass, like there's a lot down here that hasn't been. Like the nearest star bases are here and here, so they're trying to push out a little more, so they have proper bases, which allows for further expansion out.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that the Admiralty is going to shift. There's going to be a base supposedly somewhere around here that's going to be built, and that's going to be a central hub right there. Oh, we have it marked.
There's a mark.
So that's going to be the new station that the 10th Fleet, Expeditionary Fleets, is going to set up, and they're going to be connected to 27, to DSE, and so one Admiral's going to be going to stay at 27, so he doesn't move. The other one's going to have to move down to 100 here. And then there's Deep Space 17. That has a captain there right now. He's the sector commander of this little area here. He's also the support for the nearest port for all these ships pushing out this way. So they have somewhere to return rather than having to return as of right now, they'd have to go all the way back here. So it's a long journey.
Or as we saw with this fall and return to DSE, yeah.
Or return to DSE. Like that's a long trip no matter which way they go.
This one's
So
closer.
so having DS17, they go, okay, we can kind of retreat back here. And when this station gets built, it becomes a place for people to quickly retreat and get repairs and then push back out again. Because what I had mistaken is that this map, like that this line was where the galactic barrier is. It's actually further out than that.
Oh, okay.
I'm loving how close the Tenji is to that.
Oh, yeah.
Diplomatically, you guys, of course, have the Peugeot powers that are right on your doorstep. That's why Telegraphs was formed, to help keep an eye on that so their problems don't become the Federation's problems. Or if they do, it's in a controlled manner.
Yep.
The Andromeda has been missing for a long time. No one's heard anything. No one's launched a mission after them. Frankly, the only people who could were you guys, and you've been busy. You've had lots of other stuff to deal with, so it's been hard to catch up on that.
We do have an opportunity now, though.
We do.
There's also news of, and I'll note them, House of Gitta is a Klingon house that supposedly is going to be pushing into Federation affairs. They're a great house that has a seat on the High Council, and they're very mysterious to Starfleet right now. They kind of rose in the last year. Telpak is mysterious in that way, but Telpak you guys have already encountered before. You've had some relations. No one in the 10th has really encountered House of Gitta's forces yet, but there is a lot of intelligence saying that they're going to be pushing in and doing things. To what end, no one knows yet, but intelligence is decrypting all their logs and stuff to figure out what's their intentions, what's their house goal, why do they care about what's happening down here? Because there's all kinds of houses in the Klingon Empire, and Telpak watches all the borders, like they're part of this big anti-corruption sweep. But Sagitta goes, no, we're going down here to deal with. We're in this area, even though their home sector is here in the Pamal sector. That's a long way away from home for them to care.
It's a long way away from home, but if they're a great house, they can do it.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Probably to kill Grennan, let's be honest.
So I will shift back to the conference room.
Well, if we're expecting the Achilles, and it is a Pathfinder, I'm going to call it a heavy Pathfinder.
Yes.
We
Recon in force.
We could very realistically send that to look for the Andromeda. We have a lead towards it. In fact, I had that lead written down somewhere.
Yes, that was my plan. I was going to submit that to the fleet captain, especially with what's seemingly possible civil war that Kwar might be dealing with. It will draw the Star Captain's attention away from the search for the Andromeda, meaning when I get back with the ship, I may be able to sneak out, recover as much as possible, any survivors, if any, and get back without making the situation more difficult for Tiger Squadron.
Especially if Fleet Captain Grennan is able to return to the Steel Prince's court and make the proper diplomatic arrangements there, we may see an improvement.
Agreed, but this is one that I can try and take off his plate whilst he's dealing with that.
I'll forward you what I have on the Andromeda's location.
Appreciative. I do have two things I'd like us to look into before the fleet captain gives us his general orders, or anything yourselves would like to put forward.
Very well.
Which would be one, looking at possible new recruits for the Tiger Squadron in multiple departments for all ships. Obviously, we do have a fine staff between the three ships, but there's no harm in looking to expand, or if anyone wishes to transfer in or out, this would be the perfect time.
Agreed. There are several officers who I believe have reached the limits of their potentials in their current positions and may be suited to either accept higher positions inside of the squadron or at large inside the fleet.
Great. Hopefully the XOs and captains and maybe even yourself, Mr. Valley, can go over the applicants or people who wish to transfer, and we can get that done as quickly as possible.
Well, I can definitely go through the security personnel. I know them best, so...
That's good. The second thing I'd like to bring up is I know that I will possibly be bringing the Federation diplomat back with me from Central Systems, and we do have a dedicated suite aboard DSE. I'd like for the two of you and your teams to the best of your ability, secure that room from any type of threat, be it electronical, psionic attacks, physical attacks, energy attacks, anything.
I believe that is more Commander Varder's expertise, but I will endeavor to assist him in any way I can.
Engineering would be... I mean, I can identify things, we can't make things, but we can if you wanted to look ugly.
Well, that's why I was asking both of you. You both have unique perspectives and unique ways of how to identify certain aspects of what's needed.
Yeah, well,
Of course.
we can get that done.
That's generally the things that I have to put forward. Is there anything either of you would like to put forward while we have a brief moment of peace?
Breach
I
the
have
conference
an
room.
update.
You were saying?
Guess I don't have an update.
No! This is conference room.
We have a communication from DSE. Lieutenant Commander Wright wishes to speak with you regarding the current fleet disposition. Something to do with the station. There's some new event going on there. She said she'd explain it in more detail with you.
Can you put it through to the conference room?
Aye, sir. Good morning, I suppose.
Sure.
You see Wright's face appear as she's standing on her in the operations deck of the station.
You seem busy.
Yes, well, I've just got informed by our resident sonic researchers, the Midnight Watch, that it seems that they have arranged or requested to arrange a conference here on DSE. Apparently they made a call out, that call out they did from before. Apparently it's part of a larger initiative to establish their branch here as an official open corner or branch office or even headquarters within the Federation, since at present they have no other headquarters as yet. I've been told that he intends to hold his conference inside of the next 36 days, as it'll take time for various scientists and doctors and members of the Watch to come to the station. I'm arranging for various quarters, and I've actually gotten a few letters from the Betazoids, the Deltans, a few Federation Council members, and now this has turned into a rather major conference that I'm helping arrange. So I thought I'd give you the heads up that it's going to be very busy when you get here, since he just told me that last night, and we've been at it for the last 8 hours. So I thought I'd let you know before I find some small measure of sleep before I pass out.
I assume they'll be using the main diplomatic suite for the meeting when it eventually takes place.
Oh, they're gonna need a bit more than that. They're gonna need 2 of the diplomatic suites. They're gonna need. They've booked some of the restaurants, some of the holodeck time. Some people wish to book small crafts. Then there's booking of certain conferences happening on ships, since some of the ships are going to do their conferences on their ships to show off their equipment. She waves her hand. I haven't seen a conference this big since I was back on Earth.
How
And
is
we don't have
the-
nearly the same amount of capacity as they do. And normally we'd pass it off to the planet to deal with, except, she shrugs, we don't have a planet to put them on. The nearest
How is
one
the
is...
Shosku 2 construction going?
sorry, Commander?
The Midnight Watch's initiative to construct a more permanent facility on Shosku 2.
It's going. That's part of what this is going to be about as well. That's on the agenda. She looks at a pad. Let's see. Oh, there it is. On their second day of the conference, there are several talks regarding proper lab building, prefabbing on worlds, how to optimize psionic relations with planetary spirit. She waves the pad. It goes on like this.
I see.
And I've been invited to to do a talk, so I have to get ready for a speech in 3 days' time, after the conference started, to talk about what I know about psionics, which that's going to be another thing on my table to deal with. So if there's any help that the fleet can provide in organizing and actually, on top of everything else, one, I need requisitions for. I'll send them to the Kismet here in a second. Actually, can we just send those now, and then their Yeoman can just look over it? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So I need various requisitions filled out. I need various supplies filled out. I need approvals for various VIPs to come here because I'm too low rank. I can't approve a lot of these. Apparently, because that's how our bureaucracy works. It's not like I'm a station commander or anything. Sorry, I shouldn't be lashing. That's unprofessional. We also have security concerns since a lot of these Midnight Watch members were, as of a month or so ago, were considered persons of interest for Starfleet security, and now they are no longer considered that. But there are certain persons who might intend harm, and some of these VIPs are very important. So we're gonna need security arrangements set up for that.
Well,
What am I missing? Oh, and apparently there is I've been given a heads up by Star Captain Koshi that she is en route back to her space of the Principality to receive summons papers for the fleet captain. So, fair warning, that's going to be coming inside the next month or so, since thankfully she doesn't have our help to rush back to their space. Although I think, before we get too excited, it seems that the prince is being especially magnanimous. She rolls her eyes. Especially magnanimous, in that the letter is going to meet them halfway at Peugeot Station. So that summons is going to be coming at us a little sooner than we'd like. Thankfully, it should be after the conference, so we have some breathing time. But just thought I'd let you know, since I've just been informed.
well, as for the conference, the squad should be back in time to render assistance for security and other measures. Send all the stuff where you need to. I would ask that until it is absolutely necessary for no one to use the diplomatic suites on DSE, just put it down as maintenance or preparing.
Oh, it'll definitely be maintenance.
May I ask why, sir?
Let's just say this is the perfect opportunity for something to go wrong, if you catch my drift.
I have to roll for her. She might not have gotten what you're putting down.
I mean, I'm putting down a
Sorry,
pretty big
security's
fucking
not right,
boulder.
Someone did try to kill all of us by overloading power conduits. At one point.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not quite sure what you mean.
I look at the captain for a moment to like get approval to explain more.
Lieutenant Commander, is this a secure line? Could you
One second.
make it secure quickly, please?
You see your gesture towards somebody. Yes, this line. What other? This line that I'm talking to the captain about. Thank you. 1 second, sir.
Do we need to transfer DSE a competent officer or two, aside from Wright?
Well, that's why we're going to be looking at
That's actually
new
good.
officers. Yeah.
Communication security. Sorry, what? Sir, I would request that you encrypt it from your end. Apparently, if we encrypt it from our end, we're going to close off about half of our subspace channels while we do it.
Oh god, I'll do it
She smiled,
myself.
and it is not a smile that's happy.
I'll just do it from the console at the table. I'll do it myself.
So it is a control plus. I should write this down. Control plus engineering. Minimum difficulty 2, but you can increase it up to 5 if you want to make it harder for people to hear you. It's comms plus engineering. You're doing it from the conference table, so difficulty of everything just went up by 1. So if you're aiming for a diff 2 task for someone to listen in, then it's diff 3 to make it. If you want a diff 5, it becomes a diff 6 task. That makes sense.
Former operative, because I'm trying to do encryption.
At complication, a lot of your old encryptions are out of date at this point.
Sure.
But you
why
can use
not?
it at complication. Which means you would down the difficulty but up the complication.
Let's shoot for diff 4. And I'm going to roll 3 challenge dice. That was pretty cost effective.
So I only get 1, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, not the Achilles.
I know you like your ship, but it's not here yet.
No, I just have the sheet up. I just forgot to open the Kismet sheet. So, comms and.
On the button. Oh, no, you're aiming for a diff 4, so you actually you got 1 more than you needed. Because diff was 3, comp was up. Yep. So you gained 1 momentum. You tap at it a bit, and you spend a considerable few minutes, not a ton, but a few minutes to choose the appropriate encryption. Dismissing a couple when you think about it, you're like, wait, hold on, that won't work anymore. And then you type it in, and eventually you've encrypted it.
Well, okay, that should do. So, Lieutenant Commander, I believe this is the type of event where a bunch of diplomats or very important people in a single space are the likely targets of an attack.
The captain has ordered myself and Commander Varder to investigate putting in additional security for diplomatic suites.
Oh,
Maintenance will work.
well, actually, I was thinking we don't need to put it in. I can put it in. I can loop it in with the rest of the remodeling. We already remodeled the rooms initially, but if it's part of the remodeling queue, it looks like we're just making it look less Orion-y. So that should sell it a bit better.
That'll do. Let's just make sure it's timed for when we arrive back. And like I said, I just want to make sure the rooms are as secure as possible, especially if we're getting an influx of people we would not like to blow up.
Aye, sir. Understood.
Is there anything else you'd like to report?
If at all possible in the near future, sir, I would request a instructor or maybe more senior staff, senior officers to attend DSE. The crew here are good, but and they're learning on the job. But I'm the senior most person here, and it is difficult to be the only one who has station experience.
That is something I've talked to the commander and the commander and lieutenant commander here about, maybe redeploying some staff and maybe looking to bring in some new members from either outside or from lower ranks.
It also will allow some of the officers under our individual commands, she looks at pen, to progress up in rank in ways they've not been able to on their ships.
And she tilts her head for a second. Sorry, I thought I recalled something. Strange. There's nothing else, though, other than what I've reported so far. I'll inform you when yet more things land on my plate that are worth bothering you about, sir.
Well, we'll be there in not too long. I'll be able to give you a hand.
Indeed.
Appreciate it. I'll be back to work. I'm gonna get some rest now, sirs.
Understood. If anything comes up, just reach out.
Sir. She nods at somebody, and she vanishes.
Well, it seems asking for a security assessment and update on those diplomatic suites seems a bit more applicable now.
Indeed.
Yay. I can't half-ass it.
Well, I'd prefer if you didn't half-ass it. I'd prefer if the diplomats didn't blow up and die. You know, little things, Lieutenant Commander.
To be able to go over... I'll have to pull the blueprints and see how similar the different suites are. They weren't initially diplomatic suites, so that is its own challenge.
Indeed.
If it makes it easier for you both and to get this job done, you have my authority to get whatever changes need doing done. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
Understood.
The matter I was going to bring up before Lieutenant Wright's call.
By all means.
That was me, not
Yeah.
Myth.
Before that bitch interrupted.
It was like half after that and everything.
No, just circling back around, basically. The holographic security is nearing the final stage of its development, Captain. The specific information as to different protocols and procedures is completed with loading. Mechanically, disciplines are complete. And all that needs to be finished is some of the unit's base protocols attributes. After that, it should be a workable prototype, which should be
impressed.
suited for deployment on the Kismet, and after initial testing is complete, deployment to other ships in the station of the fleet.
I'm impressed. It seems you've done quite a bit of work.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything?
Do we need to do another drill against them at some point?
I was just about to say, is there anything you require from myself or any of the senior staff?
I may need some assistance with the programming of the physical components of the unit's interactions. They are well versed in security procedures. However, the daring and fitness are still incomplete.
So you wish for them to get a good workout, correct?
To get a grip.
Something to that effect, yes, sir.
Well, if it's something myself, or if the Lieutenant Commander has time, or even some other security officers, I'm sure that's something we could assist with.
We'll see what's available.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna definitely have to have teams sweeping these suites to prepare, because I'm not doing that just by myself.
Well, that's why I asked both of you, so you can both do it in teams.
But I think, unless there's anything else, I don't have anything to report to you, do I? Let me double check.
Or anything that you want to do, anything you want to request. It doesn't just have to be fucking reports.
Sleep?
Captain, you'll be taking the Achilles on a search for the Andromeda shortly?
That's only after I retrieve it and get the fleet captain's approval.
So later.
Understood.
So yes, it'll be sometime later, but probably after the whole event that we're going to. And by all accounts,
I would, of course, like to, when the diplomatic and tactical situations permit, use the Maxwell Planck for the purposes of exploration, as the ship's crew is well suited to such a task.
Is Dharma back on the station?
Yes.
Okay.
He's making a killing on this
I know.
conference.
Hopefully not literally.
It might be literally. I'm going to have to check on that.
well, I don't see any issues with the Maxwell Planck going back onto exploration. Just in the outskirts of Tallgrass, or are you thinking more far and wide?
It depends what the situation here permits, sir.
Fair enough. If we're able to maintain a bit of peace after the event, then definitely don't see any issues with you taking a nice stroll for your exploration.
I'll look to Verter.
Anything I suggest the Planck hates, so...
Oh, not on that.
Oh.
I'm gonna look back to Ben. It appears that the Midnight Watch is communicating with at least some subset of its members, Captain.
Very well, just let me know if it involves DSC or anything we need to clean up. Dismissed.
Sir.
I could probably do some shipboard prep before we get there. It happens to be our station. I can pull up blueprints.
If anything,
No.
I'll leave the room so you two can answer your badges.
Yeah. I'll answer.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, he doesn't even need to leave the room. It's all on our heads.
Yeah, I just don't care.
He's like, plus he's catching up with probably arranging for travel back to Earth.
Yeah. I'll just, I'm still keeping that on the inside of my jacket because I can't wear it publicly. That is not part of the uniform.
Yep.
That's the only reason. Yeah. Okay.
You feel the presence. You both feel the presence of the Midnight Captain. Hello. I get the feeling that both of you, Myth and Varder, are in the same room right now?
We're across the table. Yep.
Okay. I'm not sure if you've been informed, but we are going to be holding a conference from the Midnight Watch here in the next 36 days. I'm going to want to, when you get some time, I would like to have a meeting with you in my office on DSE to talk about what your roles may or may not be during the conference. Also, I have some information that may be of some strategic importance to Starfleet, but at the moment, it's also a personal matter for the two of you, so this is why I'm doing it through our channels rather than Starfleet channels at the moment.
Mhm.
If you wish to divulge beyond that, that's your choice, but I won't force that decision on you.
Okay.
I see.
No, we were just made aware that things were going to happen. We're preparing to make preparations. As for meeting you, I'd suggest for timing as soon as we arrive. We've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Agreed.
I know that feeling. You get a brief image of the office he's in, and you see a bunch of people with the Midnight Watch badge on their chests, but it's a busy room of people with various pads and various computer screens lit up, and people doing looking over floor plans and time schedules. Some people are talking to someone over subspace, and then he lets the image fade. I know the feeling.
For that matter, if you'd be so inclined, I don't even know if we have a personnel list, so that I know who I'm supposed to be background checking, because that is something I need to do.
I'll be able to hand that off to you. I'll have someone drop a list by the time you get here, and I can hand you off the attendees. Not everyone who is of the watch is coming for various reasons. I'll go into it when you meet me, but
It just makes my job easier.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
I know. There's a couple of people you're probably not going to be too happy with, but again, we'll discuss that when you get here.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'll see you both soon, I presume.
Yes.
Within the day, I believe.
Very good. I'll be here. And you feel the connection fade.
Whenever someone says it's someone I don't like, they mean Cardassians. It's always Cardassians.
Your favorite people.
Gotta love them Cardassians.
Intelligence officer, it's my purview to arrange accidents.
Wow.
What?
Hey, you've only got a
Wow.
clean slate to make sure bombs don't go off. I didn't give you a clean slate to murder people.
I can make sure the bombs don't go off on the station. They can go off on the person who happens to be on the station. Don't worry.
That's still on the station.
Stop damaging the paintwork.
I'll have a force field around them. There won't be any blood splatter either. It's fine. Moving on. I'm not gonna assassinate people. That's just a joke.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you.
Have
no,
I assassinated anyone? Since
Lately?
lately.
I mean, not that I'm telling the other players, no.
Yeah, since I joined Tiger Squadron, I have not, so far as anyone knows, assassinated anyone.
So far as anyone knows, I have not publicly assassinated anyone in the last few years.
Speak for
Yeah.
yourself.
That's a lot of caveats.
I was pardoned for everything before I joined Starfleet.
I'm pretty sure I have murdered someone whilst on the Kismet.
You have
Yeah,
many people.
probably. I've lost count.
I've murdered less people than you have. Anyway, I think that's all we have to do is just, some groundwork, Pratt and Myth, if you want to look at blueprints with me.
Very well. Let us proceed.
I'm assuming it's very easy to get the DSE blueprints.
Give me
For a commander and a lieutenant commander, probably. For anyone,
So,
no.
Con Dip 0, honestly. Assisted by computers plus Con.
That sounds
As
like
you
you're pulling them up. I think. I forget who. You've got a decent con, right?
I
Or-
used to have a very good con. Now I just have a 2.
I've got a 2 as well.
Then you took an arrow to the knee. Hey-oh.
Oh, okay, in that case, we're both as good
Yeah.
as the other.
However, I do have focuses in the Starfleet protocols and research.
I don't,
which I
so
feel like
I'll
would be
assist
applicable.
you. Yeah, I'll just assist you. That makes it easy.
I'll get the ship.
I'll activate enhanced control. Well, so I have 2 hits and a comp.
And enough to squash.
Yeah, we have enough to squash, and we just get 2 out
Oh,
of
was
it.
it? It was a div 0, so we got 1 out of that anyway. No, we got 2 out of that anyway.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh.
Squash it and then get 2.
Oh. Don't worry, I'm not brain scrambled today at all.
Weak
swear.
words.
We are competent.
Well,
At what? I don't know. At something.
The very model of Starfleet. Don't know what we're doing till we get it done.
But yes, after you're able to pull up the blueprints of Deep Space Arcania.
Which is just, preliminary check of, is there anything identifiable by the blueprints? It gives
And
us a
also, like,
baseline
where
to
are we
work off of.
starting?
Yeah.
What's
What are you
Essentially-
looking for again? Sorry.
Anything that might be considered a security or engineering concern.
as well as probably the easiest ways to start about doing the modifications Ben requested, because some of those are non-standard.
Which is probably 2 different roles, honestly.
Yeah.
Here's from Myth side of things, and here's from Barter side of things. Both of them can cross over when it comes to explosions, but that's about it.
which is why you were Belfast.
It's like making a plan but not having that talent.
Oh, plan of action, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, we can use this as me directing you, considering I'm telling you to do this.
So you're both looking at different. You're looking at different reason security roles that involve structure, because that's what you're looking at. Plus relevant department. Minimum difficulties 2. You can increase it up. That changes how.
How much you find out.
Not how much you find out, but well, 2 will find out what you guys are asking. More, if you aim for a higher difficulty, you'll find more obscure stuff that maybe a person isn't Starfleet standard, but you, with your experience, may perceive or infer certain holes that no one else would be looking for.
So
Like you're starting to look, because by Div 5, you're looking to like super obscure, like microgravity, transdimensional explosives, mirrorverse transportation tech, that sort of thing. You're looking into really off the wall stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So the question is, who's more confident of hitting a Div 5?
I'm thinking about it.
I mean,
I thought these were two roles.
with these roles.
These are both separate roles. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a reason role for Myth. Like. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I use my
I'm
direct
definitely
on
taking the reason engineering one.
yeah, so if I use my direct on Varda and give you the crit for it, that's 2 automatically. Do you think you can hit 3 more?
Yeah, I think I can definitely hit 3 more. I mean, I was going to sit there and be like, oh, okay. So if we're looking for obscure things, can I leverage the trait of Midnight Agent? For
Yes.
they have used obscure things.
As a Midnight Agent, you actually have a few things that you've learned from the other agents that everyone has this low-level awareness of.
Mm-hmm. Also,
then it
high
was-
F-Rix.
High F-Breaks. And then I was also going to check in if I could leverage Ally of House Talpok for Klingon things that are, I've got Federation standard. What would the Klingons be more?
You could include that, but it will increase your complication range by +2, because now you're getting into some aggressive countermeasures and some rather like trying to filter through the overly aggressive countermeasures to some of the threats. Like, wait, hold on, that's what they would do, but what would we do?
Mm-hmm. At the moment, I'm only looking at hitting 1 with pen helping. To 5. I can, yeah, sure. We'll do that.
Yeah, so I'll use my assist for directing just on Varda's roll.
Yeah, and I'll give you a threaten Cowabunga. Okay, let's re-roll that. Sweet.
And that's 2 from me, so that's 7. Oh, so we gain... Oh no, I need to roll the SE, 1 second. That's 8, so we gain 3.
Right.
Wow, I was not expecting 2 crits on that.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
I'm pretty sure Myth can hit that one with no assistance.
Yeah.
All right. Who's engineering?
I was just looking at these traits and going, oh, I should learn to use these.
Gonna shoot for a focus in research here.
Yeah, I'll take him.
All right. Leverage the trait analytical to drop diff by 1.
I will take that.
All right. I'll give you 1 threat and spend 2 momentum. Roll 4. Re-rolling that 20.
And shit.
That's still 7 hits.
Yep.
Yeah, so we gain another 3.
Do we have a float now? We do.
We do.
Well, that went better than expected.
By a lot,
Reason
actually, yeah.
rolls. I
Oh.
also crit twice.
Yeah,
Hey, we both crit twice and had 1 comp.
yeah.
Well, I'm hoping you two figure out every single thing that could go wrong in those rooms and fix it.
That's the goal.
That is the goal.
Typing out this information as you guys are finding it out.
So-
Is there any role you wanted to do, Pen, while we're thinking about it?
My face is now momentum.
You said that we got sent through acquisitions from the station for everything required, correct?
Yes, that would have been sent to you.
Hey, momentum is quite literally on the table.
Is that
Hey.
Is that anything I would have to sign off on considering Grennan's not here?
That would be control plus command. Difficulty of 3, assisted by the squadron. Well, rep is one of it. What's influence? That's what I'm trying to remember. Influence plus rep.
So influence is 10, rep is 4.
And rep is your crit range.
Yeah. So I'll spend a threat and 2 momentum because we have a shit ton of it.
Theoretically, someone could make the floor
And-
incorporeal for a second.
Myth. I'll just say it straight to you. You were looking into. What was Myth looking into specifically again? Just making sure I'm not covering the same bases.
Right. I was looking into basically appropriate ways to make this thing. I was looking at the engineering side of how to make these facilities secure in a way that doesn't compromise anything else.
So what can be done? And you went for a diff 5 roll?
Yep.
Okay. So a lot of threats can be filtered out just by having shields up. Just having station shields up. And if ships want to have their little conference, they can just dock with the station. And the station puts its shields up. So now everyone in that bubble is safe from outside interference from most threats. Now on the ships, you would have, if you wanted to be extra secure against possible intrusion or beam-ins and kidnappings and stuff, you could have a series of force field breaks. So not like every 5 meters, but like a certain quadrant of a blueprint of a map and say this is shielded off, and then have a little checkpoint so that way someone can open a hole and then there's only one way in and out. So you have shields within shields. That will make sure that it's hard for people to secretly move from one secure quadrant into another. Lastly, since you're getting really into the Div 5 stuff, Div 4 stuff, if you're worried about like mirror agents and temporal incursions and all kinds of weird off the wall stuff, there are devices you can build into the wall, sort of like the phrase is escaping me. Essentially, they're devices that can disrupt or interfere with energy. They're the sort of thing you'd use to put a hole in the force field. Except rather than putting a hole in the force field, you're making a general white noise that will destabilize other fields. It won't 100% protect you. Like whatever they were trying to do will probably happen, but it can buy you time to evacuate the room, scan whatever's causing the weird interference, and then the first those are basically 3 different tasks you'd need to do. One is setting up the first task is easy, turn on shields. That's the easy part. Second part is a little more complicated because now you need to set up all the shields within the station and on the ship's dock with you. And the third one means people having to pull off panels and like installing these like transport inhibitor sized cylinders into the wall and then putting the paneling back. Not only in a way that doesn't break the structural integrity, but also in a way that doesn't attract attention. Because if people know that you did that, then they might find ways to counter it. So the more circumspect and covert you can do these changes, that last change is the most covert one you need, because the other 2 you can't make that covert. Shields are shields.
Yeah.
I guess the challenge and the last challenge that you kind of observed is that this is all stuff you have to somehow explain to people and have a ready answer for when some attendee scans a wall just because they're testing their tricorder and they find something weird, and you need to have something to tell them that makes them not think about it.
I think we can definitely just like put into the station logs that the diplomatic suites are like have additional security, but unless that's not something Pen wants.
Maybe as long as you leave it as additional security and not specify what additional security is, unless you have a certain, unless you're like a captain and above.
Yeah, like the specifics would still be, need to know, but just saying like, oh yeah, our diplomatic suites are specifically secure diplomatic suites, basically.
Yeah, I'd follow Myth on that one.
Also, I'll be right back.
Barger, do you have any questions about your findings?
Yeah. Do we know where these little holes are? Or can they be identified? I assume that was part of this, probably.
That'd be a task roll to basically start crawling around, because some of that's probably already been taken care of, but it's that sometimes people miss stuff, sometimes
it's essentially
away.
These are all 3 separate things that I need to resolve.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I just need to find different answers to these, and one of them is go somewhere else, please. Just for like 20 minutes. I actually flicked that one over to Panda. It's let's find a tasking for the Chigo and Mercs to keep them away from the station while we're having this conference.
We can just have them do patrol.
Oh, we can send them somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just literally hire them to do patrol of the social system. Just keep them not on the station.
Yeah, that'll work. Other than that, yes, I'm going to have teams crawling around on hands and knees to find things, and I'm going to have to talk to someone. Damn it. And be very convincing.
Sounds like a job for gerbils.
Except it's a security task as well, so you can Gerbil can crawl around with the security team. Just yeah.
I mean, I did say
It's
that
well shot.
that you two could act under the authority of Pend for this
True enough,
specific
yeah.
stuff.
I'll just contact the fleet officer. Fleet officer, squadron liaison. Duh.
Yeah, just yeah. We know what you're trying to get at.
Okay, great. I've got things to do.
Do you?
Yep.
Well, good.
Dharma Prel still owes me a fucking favor or two, so.
For some reason, this map was turned off. I don't know how I did that, but that's talent.
These are all things to be handled at the station, really. Unless I want to encrypt comms, and I don't particularly want to encrypt comms.
So, Pend. Oh, yes, you did your thing. You hit your difficulty. So yeah, a lot of the stuff that you requested, it's just straight up a lot of approvals, making sure some of them you have to say no to. It's like, no, they can't have this, they can't have that. No, this guy shouldn't walk around with a personal force field generator. That's against security protocol, that sort of thing. But other stuff is like, oh, Dr. So-and-so wants to bring in this equipment. Well, as long as he follows Starfleet Protocol 22-A, he can totally do that. Fill out the form, send it off to my operations guy. A lot of it, thankfully, you find that it's stuff. It looks like Wright did as much as she could within her rank, but eventually it becomes a squadron issue, and she can't do anything. She's not allowed to authorize certain big changes. Like, hey, I want to bring in this big Mark IV phaser drill. It's like, I can't approve that. If you want approval, you need someone above me to be okay with a Type 4 phaser drill being in the station.
Also,
When you look into it, it's like, oh, the laser's like, oh, it's by like this really trusted doctor from Andoria who does this sort of thing all the time, and Starfleet Security's already looked at him. It's like, oh, well, no.
Yeah.
Worst he's gonna do is put a hole in his own in a sandwich. You know, he's not gonna do anything.
His entire shtick is sawing something in half and fixing with flex tape.
Yeah.
The most important of scientific studies.
But yeah, that's fine. As long as keep on top of it.
I'm glad you missed what I said.
Oh no, I was listening.
Oh, damn. Okay,
So
I'll probably
as-
have to delegate. I've got that much to do. Damn.
That's all going on. Meanwhile, not a new scene yet. We're getting there. We are getting there. Penned. I have your marker here somewhere. Where'd I put it? It has your name on it and everything. There it is.
Did you make sure to take the extra 2 threat for me showing
Yep.
up?
I took 4 because there's 2 of you that showed up. Penn, as you spend a little bit of, like, probably briefly sat down in the chair to kind of do some calculations because you're holding the bridge for the next hour or so. That's when to cut to you, Grennan. For the last while, you've been in talks. You've basically been briefed by Captain Joan of the Admiralty staff to basically letting you know what the full Breath of the Silk Road initiative was, where all the ships are going to be, what the plans are. He's basically just bringing you up to speed. Right now, he's telling you that the Admiral does intend to board the USS Guardian. That's going to be her flagship for the time being. And once the new station's set up, he, with her, along with a lot of the Admiralty, are going to ship off and start moving in. But for now, they're kind of pulling back in a way to kind of keep the Admiralty a little safer while there's this reorganization. So there's a lot of talk and protocols and stuff.
Reorganization of what again?
Of the fleet, because your fleet is reorganizing from Starbase 21 and it's shifting down to along the frontier, right? So
Yes. Oh, okay. I follow.
We're becoming more exploratory.
more expeditionary, if you will.
Oh.
Yeah.
If it was bad, you should feel bad.
But yeah, so you've spent you're about an hour away from getting to DSE. You just came. You spent the last day traveling from Lillery Prime to DSE. It's a short trip, but you still needed to do these calls. You missed the Alpha Shift meeting because, well, usually the Alpha Shift meetings when all the other admirals and admiral staff are free, so they start calling you, and it's like, well, I can't go to my own meetings anymore. This is why having an XO for squadron's helpful.
Give me the cliff notes.
But yeah, at that point, you're finally able to leave the ready room because Captain Joan has nothing else to report. There's nothing, basically all the stuff that you know that you think a captain should know for on the GM level. Yeah, Grennan now knows that because he's a fleet captain. He's supposed to know a lot. Whether he actually remembers all of it, I don't know, but that's a different problem. But at that point, you step onto the bridge and you see Captain Pend working away on a pad. Wittergast kind of looks up, Captain on the bridge. He says for the second time, because he had to say that when Pend walked in.
Pend,
Fleet Captain.
status report.
We're about an hour away from DSE. I've set up some tasks for the senior staff to achieve. Turns out in the next 36 days, we're having a conference at DSE. Diplomats from all over.
Fantastic.
Also, within the next 36 days, you should be receiving a summons from the Steel Prince.
Oh!
Yeah!
Isn't that peachy?
Yeah, apparently he's sending it to the Pagel Star Authority, and the Star Captain will be picking it up from there, so it takes less time.
Well, certainly a lot of red tape to be seen in the coming month and a half anyway. Just finished talking with the brass about upcoming fleet placement. I won't go into the specifics right now, but there are going to be some changes, and I have to sort of wrap my head around all of them. It's gonna have ramifications for our operations, so to speak. I think for the better.
Well, I've just finished up a pad with everything we discussed in the meeting, and I'll hand Granite the pad. There's also on there a request for my next deployment when the Achilles returns.
Ah. Yes. Good. That should be arriving sometime soon.
Within the next 30-ish days.
Very good.
Yes, I wish to head off and investigate the Andromeda.
I see.
Some of the crew kind of looks up from their work hearing that name, because that's kind of a name that everyone in Tiger Squadron's aware of. It's one of those, and some of these people might even know people from the Andromeda, so some people start paying a little closer attention to this conversation.
While you're dealing with the Star Captain and the Quar dealing with their little civil war brewing, it's kind of the perfect time to send a ship to investigate without their interference.
All right. If you think the Achilles will be up for the task, I trust your judgment on it.
It will.
Just be careful.
I don't plan on meeting new species or fighting new rocks and space krakens or whatever appears. I'm primarily just...
plan on it?
Well, I'll never plan on it. But I'm primarily going out there to find their last known location, find whatever I can, and recover whatever I can.
Very good. Well, there are definitely things that have to be taken care of before we arrive back at DSC. If you don't mind, Pend? And he motions to the chair.
Sure. Some things have already been taken care of by Lieutenant Commander Wright and myself, and things have already been set in place to be taken care of once we arrive. But everything's on the pad. It'll update you.
Great. He sets aside, like, in his right hand, he was carrying another set of, like, 3 pads full of briefings from the Admiralty, and he sets those on the chair next to him, and he just takes the pad that Pend gave him, and he starts scrolling through it.
So that you actually know what's on the pad. Long version short, we talked about Achilles redeployment. We talked about the upcoming midnight watch thing going on at the station, which is the big diplomatic thing. And Varder and I are going to be working on securing diplomatic suites against any number of possible future attacks for various reasons, making them very secure rather than just, being on a station secure.
Joy.
The holographic security is near to being operational. Just needs some finishing off on its development and testing, and then it'll be ready to deploy on the Kismet. And Myth has asked for permission to take the Maxwell Planck off on some exploration duties once things have quieted down around the station a little bit.
Yes. Once things have, once the squadron has not stabilized, but once the squadron has arrived at DSE and has settled in, so to speak, yes, then the fleet captain will be willing to assign time for exploration duties for the
Right.
Planck.
And one other thing I forgot was we also talked about how some of our officers are going to be reassigned, promoted, etc.
Yes, that's to be expected. What with the new vessel arriving, I'm willing to, at least I assume my understanding for Pend is that many of the lower ranked officers on the Peltist will be assuming higher ranked positions and to make room for what will presumably be a much larger crew complement.
Well,
Probably that too.
it's not just that, it's more of a case of redeploying, bringing new people in, assigning people to the Arcania, just a general shake-up of our NPC staff.
Yeah,
good.
our support staff, like a lot of them have been kind of stagnating in terms of rank or position, so like some of them will be reassigned to Arcania, some of them might be promoted to positions outside the squadron.
Very good. Yes, I know that there are definitely openings for promising officers within the Silk Road Initiative.
All right. We'll probably have to have the meeting about where different officers are going at some point too.
Mhm.
Probably its own conference.
Yeah, we can probably just put that on the bonus DVD. Just playing poker about who goes where.
Yeah.
Actually, to that end as well, if you guys, now that we've kind of established how Tiger Squadrons worked and we've settled in on a few of, and your GM has helped settle in what some of the mechanics are, how they're going to work. If you guys expand your support staff, we can change the Kismet support thing in in Roll20 to be Tiger Squadron support. So if you want to start populating the other ships with support staff, you can. It's just a matter of when you use them, they eat up that ship's crew support.
Yeah.
Because now we're getting to the point that we know Fleet Captain Grenad's probably not going to lose that rank anytime soon. Tiger Squadron's probably not going to get disbanded anytime soon.
Yeah,
That's why I didn't want to do that early on, because I didn't know if you guys, depending
Would
on
be
how
able to
certain
hold
events
it.
went, if you guys were going to be around
Yeah.
as Tiger Squadron.
But we've the Tiger Squadron has proved its mettle on quite a few occasions.
We've borne the test of time.
Yep.
You
Oh,
say
yeah.
that, we can still fuck it up yet, don't worry.
Oh,
You
we
can,
could, but now it would be unexpected rather than very
Yes.
plausible.
But we do the unexpected all the time.
Hopefully not in that way.
Any other updates before we move on to the next scene?
I don't think I have anything super specific. Again, been keeping up with the fleet reports from other ships in the Silk. I gotta double check. What's the star date?
At present?
Yeah, at
it
present.
is like 55604. Sorry, 605 at most.
Okay. So
yeah, we're covering quite a bit of time in this episode.
Yeah, we're covering like a month, right?
yeah.
plus the conference. So
you said 556 what?
604, 605.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Got it. Okay. So the stuff with the Svalin and the Achilles has not happened yet.
No.
Understood. Okay. That's
Alright.
that's why I'm trying to keep our timeline straight.
Whoops. Before all that happens, though, quick check with you two. Was there any info or momentum spends for questions you had in mind?
Well, we did have a float.
Yeah, that's why I'm checking on that. I'm like, I
Yeah.
saw that float there, so that was from Myth's roll, as I recall.
Yeah, it was. Is there a way to set up, like, how possible, I guess, would it be to set up the diplomatic suite so that they could kind of go off their own containment if they need to? So basically, like, putting them into a bunker mode.
You'd have to set up a new. There are some security protocols that do that, because diplomatic suite also means possible assassination targets, security threats, that sort of thing. But if you wanted to make it a little more reinforced, that will take. That basically adds another task to your list, another thing to do to reinforce, bunkerize the.
You weren't talking about adding an independent power supply to the diplomatic suites, were you? Or is that exactly what you're talking about?
Kind of, yeah. Basically allowing the diplomatic suites to act independently for short periods of time from the rest of the station. And just go
Almost like
on to
retrofitting
lockdown.
them into like an escape pod type configuration,
Yeah,
or panic rooms, as I
mean,
like to call them.
panic rooms.
I believe it has been used before that, how do we get to the diplomatic suite? It's got so much security measures, cut power to the entire station.
Yeah,
It's been done before, so.
Yeah.
basically that was the basic. Because
for two
mechanically, I'm
momentum-
hoping that we might be able to give DSE like the trait reinforced diplomatic suites or something.
For 2 momentum, you can, without having to do an influence roll or a wealth roll, you can have sufficient supplies to do if nothing else, a temporary or episode-long advantage that you have the supplies you need to have to do that. If you want to make it an official trait, then that'll cost a claim to permanentize it.
All right. Yeah, I think
like
let's
that.
spend 2 for that, and hopefully be able to make it permanent later.
Yeah.
And before enemies use this against us, we can't.
Yeah. Any tool can be used by anyone. Just hopefully we're usually in a position to use it more and better.
Before we cut to the long stretch of intervals, I believe you two have a meeting. Unless you're skipping it.
no, we have a meeting.
Copy.
I've never skipped a meeting in my life.
These are lies, I'm sure.
But can you prove it?
No.
In a court of law, no. In the court of media, yes. Then again, I could prove anything in the court of media.
Why have I gone through an extreme region of gravity?
Because you're Bajoran. I don't know.
Heavy, man.
I feel like if anybody could prove it, it would be Myth.
She can certainly try.
hmm
I don't think I have ever missed a meeting though.
So yeah, you two board the station after the Kismet and new scene, by the way. After the Kismet and Maxwell Planck dock with the station, you two make way to the office of the Midnight Watch. And actually, as you get there, even in the ship directory, it is listed as the Arcania corner of the Midnight Watch. Corner in Midnight Watch terms is a branch office or a meeting place for Midnight Watch members. Normally they're secret. This is the only one you two have been told that is open, that has like an actual sign, and you could find it in a directory if you really want to.
It's the only public corner.
Yep.
Well, after you, Commander.
I'll head in.
You know, the weird thing is I technically outrank you here.
Yeah, yeah.
As you step in, you see a bunch of people wearing their Midnight Watch badges, like where the comm badge would be. You see a couple people, and you see like you saw in the vision, you see people working on various consoles, talking with various people, looking over various files, looking over blueprints, who's going where, when's this speech. Imagine any big con, and organizing it on a interstellar scale. Like it is, and it's going to take at least 3 days, if not longer, by a quick glance, unless it's going to be a long conference because a lot of people are coming and are already here. At the chair, speaking with the Midnight Captain, looks to be an Endorian who does have a Type 2 phaser on his hip, and he seems to be talking with him and pointing out something on a pad. You see Irene Adler kind of look over. Oh, hello.
Not the Type 4 drill Andorian, is it?
It is actually. You recognize him.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't
I had
have
to
the Type
ask.
4 with him because that would take up like,
Half the room.
half the room.
I had to ask. Okay. Evening? Time of day, Adler.
Right, yes. The captain will be with you in just a second. How are you two doing? I haven't spoken with you for a few days now.
Been busy, you know. How things have been. It seems like
Yes,
it's not been any different.
Didn't you have to do with something like giant monsters in powered exosuits or something?
Yes.
Indeed. It was.
And then I got nuked.
She looks at you. What?
He was inside of a vehicle at the time.
Oh, so you got better is what you're saying.
I always do.
I believe that would be the inference.
Well, I'll take half the credit for that. She smiles.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been weirdly
Sorry.
useful, but still concerning.
How's Harmon doing?
Politics?
Politics.
He's fine. It's just politics.
Oh.
He's been spending large amounts of time being with the Admiralty.
Oh,
Or with
is he aiming
nobility.
for a promotion?
No,
I do not know.
he isn't. He had an argument about it.
Oh, really?
That's about all I can say about it.
Ah, I see. Well, I'll just have to ask him about that later.
Yeah, no, what he tells you is his deal. What I tell you, well, the nice gray collar says I can't tell you much.
The Endorian steps out of his chair and kind of As he starts to walk out, he kind of stops in his tracks and looks at the two of you. Looks at Adler. Adler just waves her hand and. Oh, okay.
Probably just like do the lift of the uniform bit, like there's a badge there. Dude.
Oh. Huh. So you weren't lying. When do I ever? He stares at her.
You
You know
don't
what?
want to
Never
answer
mind.
that question, yeah.
Good day, officers. I have a permit for this phaser, just so you know.
I was assuming as much.
Kind of watches you, backs out of the room, and very quickly leaves. The person next to the door kind of looks over, shakes their head, like, okay, buddy.
Or just probably just got a smirk. He's just amused.
Go on, Adler. You might as well have a chat with your boyfriend. Look, we're just romantic partners. I mean, nothing serious yet. Yeah, sure. That's why you visit his quarters every time you get a chance. Well, fine.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna take a
probably
break.
to mock him as well.
Sorry, what?
Probably to mock him as well.
Well, I mean, that's half the fun, isn't it?
No comment.
Please have a seat. He puts on a pad and rubs his eyebrows. All of a sudden, you both can see that this guy, despite the other appearances, he actually seems to look like he's 100 or so. Like he actually looks tired now.
Ah,
Oh.
no comment.
Agent, member.
Captain.
So, as you're aware, we are having a conference. And the reason we're having this conference is I want us to be, if we're going to do this whole in the light of day thing with the Federation, if we want our membership to trust Starfleet and the Federation, we need to have an open show of it. And what better than for a secret society of academics than a conference? The downright federational activity that is far more difficult when you have to fill out the appropriate forms and rent space and ensure people have quarters. Thankfully, I have other ships here, so that's not. I'm not asking you two to speed that up. You have your job, we have ours. But there's a couple of things I wanted to speak with you at. One, I would like very much for, if either of you were interested, I would like very much for you to volunteer to do a talk during the conference. If you have a topic specifically for you, Varder, you have the most of many of the agents. You have the most personal attachment to the not Cowcat, the Kashoans. Kashoans and their people, how the ocean works. You have you live the experience. So I would love for you to take some time when you can find it in your security schedule. He waves his hand in a sort of understanding, like you're gonna have that time. But find an hour somewhere, please, and we can have you talk about what you know. Many of the scientists and doctors we have want to know everything, but all I need you to do is tell them what you know, what you've experienced, and answer a few questions for I was gonna say 5 minutes, but that's a lie. You'll probably be answering questions for 15. But hour and 15 minutes of your time to talk about the Cowcat. Kashoans. He shakes his head. Really gotta get out of that habit.
Well, we'll find out. There's a couple of things I need to do to ensure the security of this entire thing. Because, as you said, what better way to show it's official than by being here, and also what better way for someone who doesn't like you to try and drive a rift between us by
Yes.
bombing something.
He taps at his pad and then holds it out to you. Name of the more luminary of our members. There's various other Federation people coming here as well, but you're going to get that list from your operations department or con department. I forget who does it that nowadays. I think operations, but those are your people. The people I have here are known members.
I assume these are the real names.
Well, aside from Miss Adler, but essentially that's her name, so don't worry about it. As far as the law is concerned, that's her name.
I don't have to. I can background check her from across the station, so that weird thing happened where we're linked now. Great, it's fun.
Yes, if you need any help with the membership, you are an agent, but I know you haven't had a chance to really talk with anyone besides Adler and Myth here. But these are all these people here in this list are agents or special agents. So if you need some help dealing with them, I really don't have the time. I hate saying that, but I don't. So Adler can be your go-between if you have a particular person who's being difficult. They've been told that you are our liaison between Starfleet and the Watch, so I want them to treat you like that, with all similar to how we would do it in Starfleet, liaison to liaison. So certain respects, but you don't absolutely control them. And Adler will know when the big nuclear button needs to be pressed. He points at himself.
We suggest things until we get whatever the hell we both want.
He nods. Pretty much.
It's great. Lots of fun.
Be careful of the one person I would warn you about is Bishta. Bishta is very opinionated is the polite way to put it, but more accurately is very Klingon. So
Oh, I'm fine with Klingons.
glad one of us is.
Well, I mean, I've made friends with the sister of the head of House Telpok by stabbing her, so... I mean, literally with a knife.
Oh, congratulations.
So, you know, I apparently get along with them. It's fine.
All right, then. Times change. Myth.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Myth. He holds up a finger and looks to Varder. The one person I almost forgot. Dr. Prania on that list. He was wanted by the Bajoran Provisional Government. He has been tried in court. And the court, according to my sources, falsified some of the evidence to get him put away into Starfleet security hands. We freed him. Now, since then, that charge has gone away because, frankly, Starfleet security and certain members of Section 31 don't want to have their fingerprints on basically framing someone. However, that said, Dr. Prania he's very much a man of the old Union, a militarist and authoritarian. However, he is one of the preeminent minds on psionics in Cardassia and what the Cardassian Union, and he's had access to classified information that the military used to have before the war. So I do want him here. But I do want you to work with him because we're all part of the same watch. We're all here to work to the same goal. But that said, I'm telling you what I'm told him. We're all the watch, and that's what matters. If I hear anybody treating each other with undue hostility due to your homeworlds, then I'm gonna step in. So if he says something, don't walk through Adler, tell me. I'll deal with him. So I'm not asking you to be his friend or to write him letters. Just, we need to work with this guy. Because frankly, we can't get any other information out of Cardassia, and he's the only watch member that I trust to be here. That is not otherwise in a holding cell or on the run.
Well, all right then. I won't do anything. Well, you know, unless something for Starfleet duties comes up, but I doubt that will happen. I hope that would happen. I haven't chased Cardassians in a long time, Captain.
I'm just willing to admit that Even I, after all these years, after the Kittimer Accords, I still look twice when a Klingon crosses a room. I admit that. I'm not proud of it. I imagine that you have a similar instinct with the Cardassians. So I'm just...
You're not wrong.
nuts. So with that, we're going to be all right with that then, Mr. Carter?
Yeah.
Agent Carter?
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have a problem with the half Cardassian we've got at the station. He's not Midnight, so or Watch.
Yes,
That'll
I'm
be a big
familiar
problem.
with Mr.
He's-
Prell.
He's
He
still a
is-
problem.
He is a trying individual, so I have made him someone else's problem.
Does that mean my problem again, or
Well, if you're volunteering, he shrugs, but I put someone else on him
I
for
already have to deal
requisitions and
with them.
stuff. Hmm?
So I already have to deal with them, so let me know when
Oh.
that's happening and I can either help or do it myself.
Just make sure he doesn't overcharge us for anything. I swear the man's 1/4 Ferengi.
Nope. I wish. I really wish.
So, Myth. Sorry.
Yes.
I have some more information about your origins. And your guest in your mind.
I see.
Do you mind if we speak with the... Do you want to speak in private about this, or are you alright just speaking about it here? We're all watch members here, but, you know, it's your personal matter, so I want to give you the choice, of course.
Appears to consider this for a moment. You may
If it
speak
may-
here.
If it made you pause for thought, that's actually big.
Yeah.
So, I have learned through my connections in Starfleet that the 10th Expeditionary has started moving out toward the... There's a site near the spinning rimward area of the rim. So basically, there's this new designation, the Ebon Expanse, I believe is what the Federation calls it.
Yes.
Well, it seems they have ships getting pretty close to the area, the research site I told you about. Frankly, I need you to be there before they get there, because if someone from Starfleet accesses that information without the appropriate watch codes, it's going to self-destruct. They'll get warning to run and that sort of thing. We're not like that, but that station was built back in the just after the watch was started, and the Andorian that ran the station had very, very strict ideas on how security was arranged, and I'm talking old school Andorian, like proud of his imperial military heritage sort of Andorian.
Oh,
So yeah, stun setting wasn't part of their repertoire. I had to force him to put in a warning sign, or he'd lose his watch membership. Unfortunately, it's been abandoned, and the person who headed it is gone. Has been gone for decades. But that station has information about the program, or what would become the program that would transfer consciousness into artificial construct and melding it with an artificial construct. We haven't had anyone in the watch with enough ability or resources to go out there, and now it's slowly getting into Starfleet space. So if you want to get answers from there, Myth, you're going to need to go there. Someone needs to go there that you trust and secure the facility with watch codes and get whatever information you want. If you want to destroy it or keep it or reinstate it, he waves his hand. I'm perfectly willing to make you an agent and give you control if that's what needs to happen. But I didn't want to take that choice away from you, but at present time is taking that choice away from both of us. So I wanted to warn you about that before too much time had passed.
Yes, I've watched Starfleet deployments come closer to the point of interest. I've requisitioned time for the Maxwell Plank to spend away from Tallgrass, in the hopes that I might be able to find some phenomena in the region to investigate. This even expanse may prove to be such a phenomenon.
It fits perfectly in the Planck's mission profile, experimental and scientific, so
But
Yes.
I warn you to be very cautious who you tell. Even though Section 31 is a lot weaker than it used to be, especially the faction that was most dedicated to hunting down the Watch, they, Section 31 will always exist for as long as the Federation exists. And there's always bound to be one agent or two who sees you, Barter, myself, as threats to the Federation and will do anything in their power to stop it. To the point of considering us an existential threat at the level of the Borg, which means very extreme measures. So if you tell someone what you're doing, be sure there's someone you're willing to die for, because that's what we're playing with here. The only reason I'm willing to risk this, he waves around, is because I have the backing of a squadron fleet captain to say that we're safe here. I have the backing of a rather massive fleet, just one sector over, willing to shelter us if things go sideways. But once you go outside of this sector, it's back to the old Midnight Watch ways of things. But I hope that this will change things, but for now I can't guarantee that you'll be safe openly declaring your intentions.
we're not expecting a woohoo vessel to show up for this, are we?
I put out invitations. They're on a wait and see approach. There is going to be an observer,
Okay.
but they're not going to be it's just going to be one of their officers, the one that's already here for the embassy. But they're going to be watching what we're doing in our talks. I wanted them to come and do talks here, but some of their government is upset with Tiger Squadron's interference in their affairs, whereas others are more than pleased that you interfered. It's woohoo are
Fun.
frustratingly human in all the best and worst ways.
Will you be wishing for me to speak at this conference as well?
Yes, you have unique perspectives from even on the idea of consciousness and sapience. There are so many, and the fact that you have a psionic presence, you are like, I can feel you there. I can sense mild emotions. It's very almost Vulcan-like in its control, except more so than that. That is extraordinary. There's only one other android I can think of that even begins to approach that. So that's the find of the century. But the thing is, I know, and we both, I imagine you as much as I want to know the answers to why that is and how that is.
Yes.
So-
I do not share the emotion chip that my brother has. So you being able to sense any form of emotion is highly irregular.
This is also the place at this talk. You can also make yourself visible to the rest of the watch, and hopefully you might be able to consult with various experts in cybernetics and artificial intelligence and maybe find a new lead for us to follow. Because right now, the best lead I have is the one I pointed out to you. The alternative, and this is the other thing I want to talk to you about, the alternative is there is research the Woohoo have done on consciousness in artificial constructs. The problem is that their methods, as you both probably know, are invasive and dangerous. They like to dress it up, but they are, even to humans, they're very risky. So I personally wouldn't suggest it, but it's your brain, it's your choice. If you want to talk to the Woohoo about it, I wouldn't recommend it, but they have some experience about possibly making a stronger connection or illumination, as they call it, with your consciousness. The thing is, I don't know what that's going to do. For a human, I get it. For Bajoran or any other organic, I know what happens. But I don't know what happens with an android with a consciousness. I don't know what that's going to do to you, if that's going to change you in a way that you don't want. But yeah. He steps up and walks over to a replicator and orders a coffee. and then sits back down. You were saying, Myth? Sorry.
Simply that I will consider the options available to me.
Very good. If either of you wish to set time, we're looking at this conference to take up at least 4 days, maybe 6, depending on the amount of speakers we have that are willing to put in. So please, if you're going to be part of the speech, let me know before. I mean, I'll give you guys a bit of a break because you have information that's very up to date and groundbreaking. But for my sanity, please let me know if you're going to do a talk before the conference starts, so I can figure out where in the schedule we can get you.
Oh, think of something.
Unless I am able to arrange for the Plank's exploratory duties to begin before the conference, I will be speaking.
Very good.
I mean, unless something explodes, I can be, yeah. I'll be at the
I'll start
station.
I'll put you provisionally in for now, Varder. Myth, if you get back in time and you want to speak, I'll find a place if needed, if you want to talk.
Thank you.
Anything to report to me regarding the watch? He waves.
I don't think so at all. Not encountered anything else. No, that wasn't Psionic either. Nope.
Was there not the case of Star Captain Koshi?
Oh, the mind link with this whatever happened. Yeah, no, how she's had a mental link with Grinnon somehow.
Sorry, what?
The captain of the HMS. It is HMS. Yeah. Larira, Star Captain Koshi, was able to form some kind of psionic connection with Captain Grennan. She herself was not aware that she could do a thing. She insists that she is not a psychic or psionically capable, but the Quaqua are evidently able to have these powers. And upon trying to go through or connect my mind to Grennan's mind, she also suffered the effects. So it's quite a strong link, actually. Or it was. I don't know if it still exists.
I'm not familiar with Quaqua's sonic potential. And we don't have any of them in the watch yet.
No, and we've not had any medical records given to us about them, I don't think, that I know of.
Based off of the reports available, she appeared to believe that any phenomena she was experiencing was impossible among Quaqua women specifically.
That's true.
Which means she unintentionally created a sonic link. Could you write me up a report on what you know about her? Once this conference is over, I may have an assignment for you, Varder, for figuring out what this connection is. Right now, as far as Starfleet is concerned, I don't think your captain's in danger. If he was in danger, you would have noticed it. I imagine if it was a mental possession.
Yeah.
That would have been obvious to you, and even to you, Myth, you probably would, with your powers of perception, you would have noticed something odd as well, even just on sensors. And I haven't heard anything from the Woohoo about
The captain's mind existed inside my own temporarily during that phenomena.
Yeah.
Sorry, how or in what way?
It appeared, and she looks over to Varder, correct me if I'm wrong, that he became untethered from his body in the ocean and found me as a familiar point of reference.
How
I
did
was
he
able to.
project?
And then
Unknown.
both versions of me in the ocean had to go find him.
He begins rubbing his head, and he seems very tired all of a sudden again.
I was able to reach out to Miss Adler via badge to set in motion the instructions that would return Captain Grennan to his body.
And she chose not to tell me. That I find interesting.
Indeed.
And that was a whole event.
How long ago was this?
How long ago was it, Gino?
Yeah, good question.
At
It
least
was a couple
week.
months.
A couple
wasn't it?
months, even. Yeah.
But this was before the whole Shigoan.
Oh goodness, yeah,
thing.
you're right.
We've not been back to DSE since then.
Yeah.
So yeah, a month at least. Yeah.
37 days.
Agent Varder.
Yep.
Please find out what she's up to. Sometimes members decide that they can be agents or special agents. There's a reason you're an agent and she's not. I appreciate her expertise. I do not appreciate her going rogue, as much as that is somewhat of a tradition in the Watch. When we don't warn each other of possible threats, that's how people get hurt in our research. So we need to figure out how... We need to understand Grenon's condition sooner rather than later, because I'm beginning to worry that she may be trying to do some sort of experiment on him without him knowing. I'm not going to accuse her of it, but I have a bad feeling, and my bad feelings tend to be right.
I could technically find out from here. I am in her head. I mean, she's also in my head, so hey, I'm pretty sure it's a two-way link. It is a two-way link, yeah.
I would advise taking more circumspect route. If you approach her from across the ocean and it's just you and her on the ocean, if you win, then great. If you lose, no one will know it happened.
The other me would know it happened. Be like a 2v1. It's great.
Other you?
That... Right, that's not been mentioned before either. There's like an orb version of me.
An orb version of you.
I had a orb experience when on Bajor last, and since then there's been another me that I can talk to freely. It sounds like I'm insane. I know.
No,
I was not able to perceive this entity as a simulacrum of Lieutenant Commander Varder. However, an entity that shared some characteristics with him did make its psionic appearance to me when the captain was briefly cohabitating my consciousness.
Yeah.
Which means if you do meet her on the ocean, we have someone on shore ready to let us know. So you could do it that way.
However,
All
I
right.
agree with the Midnight Captain that perhaps a more circumspect approach
just
at first would be...
Talking with her, yeah.
If you do wish to, I agree with Myth. Caution is the better part of service, as it were. But if you do wish to confront her directly, let me know, and I can set up a. There's a setup one of our doctors has to maximize your immersion in the ocean, is the best way to describe it. It's dangerous if it was just you, but if you have backup, that means we can beam you out to carry the analogy. It's more complicated than that. He holds his hands up, but that's as... Without getting into extra-dimensional physics, I think that's the most you need to know.
Yeah, that's the bit that makes me terrible for speaking, because I only know about what's going on with me, and that's about it. And I know it in very basic terms.
Whereas Myth is like fully focused on interdimensional.
Yeah, I'm going to be asked a question by a bunch of nerds in a room, and I'm not going to be able to give them the answer they want in enough detail, I'm sure.
You may wish, if you do wish to go that route, actually, that's another thing. 2 for 1, actually. If you do wish to go that route, you may want to have your own doctor help you with that, Dr. Efrix. Because, well, she knows your medical history better than any of our doctors do, or even I do. Even with Psionic Connections don't give us biometric reads. Well, they do, but he shakes his head. Never mind. Anyway, she's your doctor, and she knows you more than I do, and we do. Also, while you're at possibly letting her know that you may be doing an intensely dangerous form of mind meld in the near future, I would like you to try to convince her to do a talk about the Kashoans. She's not a Midnight Watch member, but I am trying to get people who aren't of the Watch to do talks. I've gotten some Federation doctors who aren't members to show up, but having a Starfleet member of 10 to talk would be immensely helpful, both politically and the fact that she is the director of research regarding the Kashoans, so for Starfleet. So if anyone other than you knew as much that much about a lot about the Kashoans, it would be her.
Yeah, I can. That'll probably be a walk and talk thing, but yeah, I can get that done. I've got a lot of people to talk to. Okay, I've got to get the Chigoans out on patrol.
Well then, if there's
Goddamn,
nothing
what
else,
was there? Oh yeah, that.
Unless there's any other Sonic events you haven't briefed me on, he gives you both a look. He seems mildly annoyed. Not directed at you, just in general, as if a person just cleared his table and then someone just filled it up all over again.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we already told you about the time that I tried to connect to Myth and that didn't go well, but hey.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we said that one.
oh yeah, I think
Yeah, no, there's been nothing else. It's been generally. Did I ever tell him about the psychic serpent?
Yes.
I did. Okay, good. The psychic serpent. I like that name. What?
The World Eater. Oh.
Yeah. No, that's all there has been really. I mean, there's the Tenchi reports that I don't know if I have access to about that whole psionic race thing going on over there.
Up until current start date, I don't think we've caught up to.
I don't think we've caught up with the
That one.
Tenchi and their whole thing. No, because that happened ages ago. Technically,
Oh yeah,
part of it.
Yeah.
part of it happened ages ago. The most recent events haven't happened for us, but the event of two psionically powerful beings fighting each other out in the engine room happened.
Yeah. As well, this is me reaching across the aisle a little. But if you can get me more detailed information out of the Tenchi about what happened in that instance, because I don't have a. I used to have a member on the Tenchi. I don't
She's here
anymore.
now. She's here now,
She's here now.
right?
No, she
No,
left
he's,
the
he's
lunch.
talking about Vogel.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I mean, Wright was also on the Tenchi.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
I didn't know about Vogel.
Wright didn't become a member until after she left the Tenchi.
Didn't know that either. I just knew that she was a member.
No, he's pointing that out because he's like, wait, what? Oh, yes. I can see why there was a confusion there. But yes, we used to have a Lieutenant Vogel as a member, but she retired. Very painful memories for her, and I'd rather not tap a well that definitely doesn't want to be tapped.
Well, I
So-
can ask some questions as a liaison between Starfleet and the Midnight Watch, if that's what you want me to do.
Yes. And make sure that's the clear distinction so they know that we're not trying to get access to intelligence information. That tends to make even the non-Section 31 members of security a little nervous.
Yeah, although you did mention that you had access to intelligence information just a moment ago by knowing the position of our fleet.
He smiles. Well, those are old friends of mine, personally.
Mm-hmm.
The idea, I used to serve as a director of Starfleet Intelligence, many years ago. So one learns connections. But if I start looking at the Tenchi, it's gonna look. I don't have connections with this new fleet aside from E-Gestures, the two of you, and Wright as well. But that helps me a great connection here, and I have a very great vision here. But when it gets to the newer fleet and the newer installations, my intelligence gets weaker.
Yeah, well, I'll see who I can talk to. Other than that, that'll be a later thing because there's a lot here right now. That will go somewhere on the list.
Yes. If that's everything, please. He gestures to your business and I to mine.
That's all right, Myth.
Mhm.
Yep. Have a good day, Captain.
Agent, member.
Paperwork is always fun.
As the two of you begin to leave, you notice that a few of the other people kind of look over their shoulders and sort of like, holy crap, sort of looks like, who are these two?
Yeah.
Mediumly high-ranked members of Starfleet.
Yeah.
Poster boy of Starfleet.
Was he in that recruitment ad?
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yep.
Whoopsie.
Alright, well, we've got places to do and places to be and things to do, Jesus.
Places to do.
Technically, we do have to renovate it, so that is like a place to do, right?
Yeah.
In a
So,
manner of speaking.
new scene.
I'm not wrong, go away.
All right. So we enter into the intervals until the conference, as you can take on some of the projects to prepare for the conference, some of the personal missions you may have, or in Penn's case, a lot of Penn's journey is going to be anything Penn's going to be able to do has to be done in transit because he has to fly all the way out to Earth and then all the way back. He'll get there before the conference, but that's still a considerable amount of time in transit. So,
Yeah, hey, Penn, do you want to start with taking the Jagoan mercenaries out like halfway?
Sure. I'll hire the
Escort them. Have them escort you to the edge of the tall grass zone.
yeah. I'll have the mercenaries escort me and do patrols.
how dare you get them to do their job?
I was like, wait, that's actually a good way to get them gone for a while. Just have them escort you to the edge of tall grass.
Take them a bit to get back,
Exactly.
and they're also doing stuff along the way, so it extends it.
Oh, I'll also note that you each basically have 36 intervals. So unless you're assisting somebody, if you are assisting with somebody, 2 of your intervals are spent basically helping that other person.
No.
Because you're basically spending at least 2 days to get your task done, as opposed to a bunch of extended tasks where truncating them into a single task roll because you have so much time to set it up.
Goals. Do work. Spy on Adler. That's essentially it, right?
So also without being super specific, I presumably sometime in this time frame, the Ganymede is gonna drop in, do a thing, and then be on its way. But
Yeah.
the implications of that is gonna have to wait for a couple of weeks. Cause
Yeah.
the
So you
middle-
now have for the Ganymede's case, you now know who would be who's here, who's not here,
Middle of
what
us
the
all being
DSE's
so
like.
Busy.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, in fact, there are probably going to be a couple officers. There are going to be a couple officers that are going to assume postings on the Ganymede from DSE when that happens.
How dare you steal our crew?
Not from our crew, but some established NPCs that are going to get introduced. So,
Have them join the science conference. You've got a science officer.
No, you should like have someone from our support staff transfer over.
yeah, I'd be totally willing to do that.
We
if
have
there's someone
just
we wanna
mentioned
foist
that.
on them.
Yeah, like that
there's
is something that's
yep.
legitimately about to happen. So.
You can have
Yeah.
Tachibana.
No, I'm keeping Tachiban.
Oh.
Yeah, Tachiban's good.
Yeah,
But,
good
like,
riddance.
No, legitimately, like, for what does the Ganymede need in terms of support staff? Because that's, I think, like a good way to maybe promote off one of our NPCs.
Yeah, let me quickly pull up the
We can
Ganymede
get to
game.
that later.
Yeah.
That's fair. I guess.
Well,
No, that's
I'm
fine.
gonna duck away from the mic for a little bit anyway, so feel free to
Oh.
look into it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
so
fine.
I've got chicken nuggets upstairs. I'm gonna grab then. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
chicken
I'll
nuggets.
I'll take a look at the Ganymede
All right.
and tell you.
Because
what
so
they've
far
got.
the only person we
'Cause,
know where they're going is Wittergast is going to be the new chief engineer of DSE.
Let's look at all these NPCs. Currently, there are only 2 of each. The con officer hasn't actually made his yet,
All right.
and I'm on him about that. But that's neither here nor there.
But yeah, I think I want Isala and Vux definitely for the Achilles. So that's 2 from the con list.
Oh yes.
And I think
Oh, Yago. Have we done anything with Yago?
occasionally, Diego might become. Actually, I don't know.
I think she's done 2. She's got 2, which is cautious, and she increased either. Oh yeah, no. So she's got con up to 3.
Hmm.
One of those leading
Yeah.
from the con department into the medical department.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, and then
I'm back.
honestly, Bakali might become the new Kismet Helm Officer.
Hmm.
The
I
Klingon chick?
think. Yeah, the Klingon. Yeah, I think that's probably the best.
Then really just
Shreer and
it comes down to Yego, Wittergast, and Talen, where they're being deployed.
Talen's already assigned, right? As
She's the chick
liaison?
going, yeah. She's the chick going liaison.
And Wittergast has
so-
been deployed to Ericania.
Oh, Pend, look, the Challenger did a Pend maneuver.
So, if you don't have any con yet, Diego could be a con officer to transfer over, maybe.
Yeah, I could totally do that.
All right.
It's not the
Nah.
Panda maneuver, that's the Captain Elder maneuver.
Rear Admiral Elder now.
Rear Admiral.
He's forever a captain in my eyes.
Oof. So yeah, they only have 2 of each on the Ganymede. So yeah, I'd be willing to transfer to them. The only others that I could see them maybe needing are security, and well, we don't really have much in the way of officers, so that's okay.
Well, we can also do this after the session as well, but yeah, it's the huge redeployment that we're going to be looking at.
Well, if Dreth wants a promotion.
Yeah. Anyway, we can cover that in more detail after session. But
All right. So who wants to go first?
I think I was taking the pilot group away from the station and keeping them away during the meeting.
Did you want to escort you until you met up with a ship to take you the rest of the way?
Basically, yeah, so them to escort me to wherever, and then them to do a patrol for the next 40 days. Oh.
Take a wide patrol route back, yeah.
they can take like a spiral patrol, basically.
Just do the patrol not here.
You'll be taking up one of the runabouts from DSE. Because that's how you're going to meet up with someone else, and then the reason you'll be able to get all the way back to Earth so quickly is you'll be doing the not island hopping, but starship hopping, where you're basically like, here's my runabout, I land. Okay, we're going this way. Cool. You disembark, find another ship, board them, keep going.
Doing the big relay race.
Yep. So you're looking at control plus command difficulty 2, using the runabout stats of comms command to effectively deploy your mercenaries.
Your first stop's probably Scythe Station. And I don't know if the liaison officer can help him.
Liaison officer can help. Yep. That's what they're for.
Take a single threat, and would you take team dynamics?
Sure. I'm going to up the difficulty by 1.
Sure. I'll reroll one.
I don't know. Starfleet protocols. Astronavigation, small craft. Talen knows things. There we go.
Small craft, yeah.
I like the focus of Talen knows things.
I think it's a little OP.
Runabout,
Just saying.
so calm.
Talen knows things.
Great focus.
Does this have the added thing bonus of, hey, look, it's the crew support on her little side ship?
Oh, we gained 2.
Oh, nice.
So, you've established the advantage that Elk Siska is going to be occupied for a considerable amount of time.
That's fine.
she's just in the heavy fighter with him because there wasn't enough Chigoans for it.
Well, it's a two-seater, and might as well have the liaison in the command ship. So
Yeah, exactly. It ended up working out perfectly, honestly.
all right, so that's 2 intervals for pen used up.
Yeah, I'm keeping it marked in Discord.
Cool. Anyone else?
I've got a lot to get through.
You do.
Varder, should we get started on the diplomatic suite stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, I was looking to give the two of you a couple of things to do, not a shit ton.
We have a
That's-
shit ton of things to do.
Well, you just took one of my things, thankfully. But that's 1, 2, 3. I hope I don't need to do each of these people individually because holy shit.
Oh boy.
Depends how
then the-
detailed you want to get. Do you want to spend 2 days talking to just one person and vetting them, or do you want to just do groups? You know.
Oh boy.
I can rapid fire. This is fine.
Oh man.
I can also delegate. Goddammit. I have a chief of second. I don't know how
Yeah.
delegating works for time constraint reasons, but hey.
If you bring in a support character to help with this, and also you have your background thing. Oh, that's what's making. I'll actually let you, because you're chief of security. Because support staff aside, you can, for the VIP list, I can treat that as one role because you're basically coordinating a massive check over those 2 days with with all the security staff you can spare.
Yeah. And it's essentially just if if they have problems, then I come and talk to whoever they have problems with. Right? Yeah,
We
sweet.
will call this Insight Presence plus Security, difficulty of 3, assisted by
Just put it this way, Myth, if the people aren't cleared, we don't need the rooms.
That's true.
this should assist you, I believe. Structure plus command of DSE. So insight or presence plus security, difficulty 3, assisted by the station structure plus command, because you have the diplomatic suite talent. So
What's the
you may not be using the suites at the moment, but you do have a bunch of staff that would normally be in those suites. It's like, well, they can help arrange things and organize things for you.
What's the difference between insight and presence in this case?
You just letting them tell you what they know, and then you seeing through, and then trying to see if there's anything you need to look into. Or presence is you actively interviewing and trying to press them for information. More interrogation versus just observing and reading over reports.
Interrogation sounds like a very aggressive word. in this
Actually, since
particular
you're using
case.
all your I got this wrong completely. Sorry. That it's neither of those because you aren't the one doing it. You and your people are doing it. So
Mhm.
it's actually control plus security.
Hey, nice. Okay, brilliant.
Because that's how you give detailed instructions to a large group of people through control.
Chain of command.
Yep.
I'm not going to say the follow-up line to that I had for a second.
My mind's your mind, suckers. No.
No, something about a little chain. Diff 3. Okay. We've got juice. We'll do 1 threat to momentum because yes, we'll do it that way. Yeah. Yes. I think I made the momentum back, guys.
Did you though? I don't know.
Can we
Yeah.
hop at intervals time or no?
No, this takes full time every time.
Had to check.
Yep, it's always worth asking.
Maybe try to get an advantage.
What about Everix and I, since we don't need to sleep?
That's a good point.
If you push through without sleeping and it's just you doing it, then it would turn into a. You would spend the one, and then I would call for a fitness roll. Fitness? No. I'd increase the complication because then you'd be dealing with people at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. Unless you're not dealing with people, then I wouldn't do it because then you're just dealing with the computer. So if you're just talking to the computer or doing something on your own, then you could spend for one to half the interval because you don't need sleep.
And
You're
neither does
already
the other
awake, so.
machine.
Huh?
Heyo.
And neither does the other machine.
Yeah.
Hydro spanner. Hydro spanner?
Hyperspanner.
Hyper spanner.
Hydro
You don't
spanner
need
shoots
sleep.
water with spanners.
Yes.
A spanner that turns water? Anyway.
God.
It doesn't need sleep. People.
But yes, do you want to create do you have, well, let me tell you what your success was so far before we
Yeah.
get into advantages and stuff. All these people are Midnight Watch members. He was right. As you can see, they are various species. The people of note, of course, are the Cardassian. He already told you about him. Wolfgang himself will be speaking, and he's attending under his own name, which that can be kind of an issue because he's been absent and not a Federation and a renounced. He was one of those people who renounced his Federation citizenship because when the Weimar corner got burned down, so he's reinstated it. But he's actually going to be announcing he's the Midnight Watch captain. Like he's breaking. He used to keep that secret. Now he's not going to be keeping that secret anymore.
Okay.
Irene Adler, you know that she has a criminal past, and she has been accused and is under investigation for several crimes across the Federation and Klingon space and Romulan space, Cardassian Union. It goes on. She is a ball of trouble, but there's no pending warrants out for her at the moment. Yet. Jessica Solari will be attending as herself, the female doppelganger to Wolfgang. So that's going to be another reveal. That could cause some problems, but thankfully her public persona has been a explorer, like an independent adventurer type. So and
I know.
guide. So
We've met her.
Bijta is a Klingon scientist and is one of the few that researches psionics, which Klingon, and Bijta has gotten a lot of pushback about that. But you also know that Bijta is of House Rasa, a house that's from the Bemoth sector, and they are known for having questionable ethics in regards to sentient life and the treatment therein, as they are test subjects.
Oh no! Oh god damn it! It's those guys.
They're not the cloak pod people. That was a different house, wasn't it?
Nope, that's
Well,
that
that's
was
Gamora.
Gamola, now Amdris, I believe.
Amdris, okay. And House Rasa. House Rasa fled that whole. Let me double check the log.
House Rasa last in logs show that they were loyal to House Subgita.
Oh,
They
okay.
are there. They've reestablished their place as shipbuilders and scientists.
Well, I suppose we'll have to keep an eye on any presentation or experimentation he's doing while on DSC. Because their views might be different from ours, but you're in Federation space now, bucko.
Didakar, the Romulan, is a member of the I forget what they're called now. It's been
Talshiar.
no, God no.
I don't
Is that
think he'd be
Vas?
allowed here if he was.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to say it.
They're part of this. This person's part of a political group. I'll get you. I actually gave you the file for them. It's a political group that's trying to reform politics and policy for the Empire.
I don't think I've got their file. No, I don't.
Are they the Spock people?
No, the Avon. Shoot.
They're essentially reunificationists.
No. They're about less militarization, more diplomacy for the Empire.
Okay.
They're basically a new. They were in. Oh, maybe I didn't give that to you. I'll get you the file later. But basically,
Okay.
they're a political group that is this close to being considered a dissident group in the Empire. And when you cross that line, you get visits from the Tal Shiar.
When you cross that line, you stop existing.
Yeah. And so Didakar is one of the more prominent non-military, non-Tal Shiar psionic scientists who is a Midnight Watch member. One, he's going to out himself as a Midnight Watch member. That's going to be a huge deal. He's probably never going back to Romulan space after that. So that's a big issue. The Tal Shiar might have interest in this person. And he even in interviews he even says that he took every precaution to make sure he wasn't followed. He went through a lot of effort to get out of Romulan space and get transportation to the station. But as far as Midnight Watch is concerned, they got him out. But as a Starfleet security officer, you know that Tal Shiar aren't ones to give up easily. They are weaker than they used to be, but recent events, as of what? Grennan, like not more than a year or so ago, the Tal Shiar had a resurgence and had like agents and stuff kidnapping people and trying to do like experiments on androids or something.
Oh yeah, there was a.
They had myth.
Yes.
Yeah, they
specific-
kidnapped me.
Specifically, it was revealed that there was a Black Ops Tal Shiar group, a special squadron that ran around attacking a number of Federation and free scientific assets in an attempt to create an android.
Including me.
So you know that Didakar doesn't quite understand how much they've come back, and even the Midnight Watch is super careful with Romulans as a rule. But Didakar's one of the only prominent Romulans that's willing to expose himself and also do a talk on what the Romulans know about psionics, which could be construed as giving up intelligence and state secrets. So
Yeah, we'll do what we can for the fella.
yeah, the Tellarite delegation are fine. There's nothing weird about them. Of the Andorians, they seem to be all fine. Of the Vulcans, Hana is actually someone who is not a doctor or more of a priest of sorts. And they're going to be doing a talk. They're basically doing a comprehensive 2-part talk. And when you look into them more, they are a very, very important figure in Vulcan culture. They're not like in the fact that they are a respected psionic and teacher of other people in like Mind Meld and all the other stuff. Like this is the Federation Council is the sort of, it might call this person to ask their opinion on how psionics work and how Federation should handle it. So super important person.
So what you're telling me is we've got someone that the Obsidian Order wants to kill.
Yeah.
We've got someone the Tal Shiar want to kill. We've got people Section 31 want to kill. Is there any other organization that I've missed that Shady wants to kill someone here?
Oh, any Bajorans who might recall who
Oh yes,
Pena
sorry.
is.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Other Bajorans. I have to specify other Bajorans.
Yeah.
I don't know about Dharma, but probably him trying to kill someone.
I
That's
mean,
just in general.
you could spend to the advantage of setting up unmarked patrols during the events to purposely tail certain targets.
Yeah, I've got intelligence officers. We'll do that. Like actually setting up intelligence service escorts as opposed to security escorts.
Yeah, so unmarked escorts.
Yeah, plainclothes officers, essentially. Which I think is something I can do as an intelligence officer.
You
Uniquely.
could use
Something you do as a security officer, I think.
Security
could-
officer crosses more gray lines.
you could spend your without even spending your momentum. You could just have your advantage be tied to that. The downside is you wouldn't have your security team attached anymore.
But it's useful.
But you can spend 2 momentum to have the advantage that when you do a roll in setting, you could no, you don't need to do that because it's creating multiple advantages. Yeah, you could just spend. That's what you do. You either will lose the security advantage while they're on guard duty, or you can spend 2 momentum to basically requisition security from the other ships, like the Kismet and the Plank, and go, hey, help me with this. And that means you still have your personal squad to help you with stuff.
I
I
mean,
think we'll probably use momentum.
yeah.
We've got a float right now anyway, so otherwise we're wasting something there.
Oh, yeah.
But none of the guests are particularly troublesome.
Beyond the ones I've mentioned, no. They're all, at most, they all are very independent, free-spirited types. But that's been at watch. If you're the type of person joining secret society to peer into the mysteries of Psionics as pertains to humans and all life, you tend to get a little X-Filesy, if you get what I mean, a little out there. But eccentric is a nice way to put it.
Yep.
But that's
Okay.
that's the worst for most of them. They're just eccentrics.
That gives me a starting point, so we'll go from there. Who else has some great projects to attend?
I mean, I've got lots.
I know you've got lots. What do you wish to start with from your list?
Well, I think you need to finish your part of the diplomatic suites thing before I do mine, right? So you need to give the full security brief on them, and then I'll start constructing things.
You've got other things to potentially look into, though, don't you? I think.
Otherwise, I'd be starting with that. So I think the thing I'd like to start with is trying to finish off the holographic security.
Well, what part's missing right now? It's just the attributes bit.
There's 3 attributes that haven't been done yet.
Okay, so that would be. Which score you're trying to achieve?
Starting out with fitness.
Okay, and fitness to what level?
Fitness to 10.
Okay, so I'm gonna call that. No, that's the right number. Control plus science or engineering, difficulty 4, assisted by the programming ship's computer plus science or engineering.
All right. And then I'm doing this on board the Plank. So I'm going to leverage the trait holographic research vessel.
Yep.
I'm going to leverage that to decrease the comp by 1 because I'm going to activate my augmented control, jumping my complication to 3 and then back down to 2.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to spend 3 momentum on control science, focus in artificial intelligence.
Yep.
Re-rolling one of those. All right, there we go. That's a total of 5 hits, so we get 1 momentum back.
One, two, three, four. Yep. So you're able to get that programmed in.
All right. And then I'll spend to reduce the interval.
Yep, you're the one doing the programming by yourself. You're not getting outside help.
I'm not dealing with people.
I'm not dealing with people. I'm dealing with computers. And I'll go on to do the daring score, setting daring to 9.
Daring to 9. Yeah, I'll bring that down to 3. The sleepless ones.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound threatening at all.
Wait,
Right?
what's the start date?
Good question.
Depending, might not be so sleepless.
You're just gone for an entire week.
Start date when we started was
55707.
Oh yeah, I did write that down, didn't I?
Yes.
Oh no. 707 is the end. Is when the meeting starts.
Oh. It's before 55707.
So like
We have a month that you might be out for a week
55605.
of.
So somewhere between 55604 through 605
Watch
is
this
when
actually
this
be when
started,
he's sleeping.
and each interval is a day, basically.
I'm gonna laugh if this is when Efforts is supposed to be conked out.
Is there any of that time period you're out cold?
What's the end date, though?
I have to get the calculator.
All right. In the meantime, I'll make this roll. Oops, that's the EHS, not me. Leveraging same trait, doing the same thing with comp range.
So OP, but sure.
Uh,
Way to use your abilities, jerk. No.
1 momentum for a 3rd die.
So when the conference starts is
Oof,
still
rerolling.
like a month out from Efrix's long sleep.
Okay.
Oh, okay, good.
There we go. Get the momentum back.
So what you're telling me is your Efrix is going to go to a con and then going to sleep for a week.
So, like how you go to a con.
That's timed well.
Yeah.
Myth,
Yes.
you forgot to roll the ship on both of them.
Oh,
This
you're
is
right.
true.
Thanks. Computers. Science. I'm just gonna roll 2 together. Alright, so we have 1 more momentum. Alright, I've set daring to 9. And then, cut the interval. And setting presence to 7.
Presence to 7?
Presence to 7.
Jeez, that won't be that hard. Whoopsie. I
No,
almost-
these things are not supposed to have a good presence. They're holographic security.
Wait, so you're doing
People have the security.
you're doing another single interval.
Yeah. Yep. Spending 1 momentum. Everything same. Alright, that's 4 hits plus the ship. Now that I remember that I have a ship. 5 hits. You gain 3 momentum. Yep, and I'm gonna spend 1 again, so I'll be up to a total of 3. Intervals. Yay. We now have a functioning EHS system.
Now you just need to spend for the talent.
Yeah.
So they don't take up crew support.
Mm-hmm.
Grennan or I was gonna say Efrix, but Grennan or Efrix, if there anything either of you wish to do? Or to get ahead of?
Is there? I'm trying to think if there's anything particularly that Grennan needs to take a handle of. I mean, as mentioned, there's going to be the thing with the Ganymede, but that is not appearing in this episode. Sir, not appearing in this episode.
Yes. So there's nothing else you think Grennan might be worried about right now that you might want to deal with?
I feel like there's something, but now that you've said that,
From across the universe, something tells me.
Roll to figure out what it is.
what am I forgetting, guys?
A
You have
lot.
a girlfriend.
I mean, okay, yes.
I mean, I don't think we really need to spend intervals for Grennan and his girlfriend.
Right, like that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking
Unless
like
she's
I'm-
actively trying to experiment on you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think he's got the endurance for that.
yeah. Ugh.
Oh.
Wow.
Let me give you a free hint. In 10 intervals, the problem's coming to you.
Oh, the thing with the
Oh.
steel prince.
Yeah. Oh, you're
'Cause-
make you roll for that because you have yeoman for that.
Right. So,
Politics.
yeah. So I
Get
think
to
that,
it, Wither boy.
yeah. So I'm gonna have to work out a way to get out of this. Well, wait, no. We didn't want me to get out of this. This is something I have to deal with.
Can you roll to find a way to deal with it like a man?
Yes. Yes.
Also consider that as the fleet captain, you have of Tiger Squadron. Tiger Squadron has, by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different alliances that you haven't checked in on at all for
Oh,
over a month.
God. Okay.
This is what happens. You keep getting alliances. You need to. I mean, thankfully you have liaison officers. So that means you could have assistance with some of this. But some of these
You
people you
need
haven't
to do
talked to.
administration, Grennan. You're an administrator. You need to administrate.
Okay, let's
Yep.
hang on. Let me grab a piece of paper. I'm gonna. I can tell it's gonna
I'd
be.
like to imagine
It's gonna be one
Brennan
of
in
those.
his ready room actively looking for paper.
It's gonna be one of those
Just scrounging for pads after pads. Nope, that one's full. No,
I'm
not
just
that one.
imagining like a yeoman has to go in and be like, "Sir, we need the reports for the alliances."
Okay, guys.
Speaking
Could
of,
you-
did we get that Klingon liaison officer, like from the Klingons?
It could be a Klingon liaison officer. They could send one, or you can send one.
No, I
That
thought
does
they were-
change what that, and that does change what kind of supporting character you have for that. But I don't think we've generated the Hell's Tailpock liaison officer.
No.
It's on our to-do list.
Yeah. I also
Um,
wasn't sure if that was something you wanted to do because they're from the NPC or not.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I gotta work out who, because as mentioned, I've got a bunch of alliances, and I have to check in with all of them.
Yep.
Yes.
Who do we have?
Oops, that's not what I wanted at all, computer.
But remember, you have 36 days to do that, but you only have 10 days to figure out what the heck you're gonna do about the Steel Prince.
No. I'm aware.
Do we still have the ISS myth?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
We
salvage
managed
that.
to repair that.
Also, checking in with them is the more difficult thing.
Okay, I'm just
Do we
trying to
want
write.
Brennan to check in with that?
Eh,
You want me to check in with that for you? Because you seem to nearly get killed every time you talk.
yeah, yeah. I'll leave that to you, Varder.
Just add that to my list of things.
Got the.
I'm not wrong, though.
No, you're not.
Maybe add that to the list of Penn's thing. He's literally traveling through space.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah,
Ben's
I've
probably
got
fine
an
with dealing with the
entire
Nervers.
session of paperwork.
Who else? Who else do we have alliances with? Okay, we have Telpak.
It's literally in the Kismet chat.
Hmm.
There's literally in the Kismet chat.
Yes,
Outpost Sierra
oh,
Alpha,
look in
Liar,
chat.
Oh,
Jace,
I'm
Pilot,
sorry.
Bellatrix, Larira,
sorry.
Yandy, the tugboat fleet.
Ah, okay, yes. Oh, all right.
I mean, we
Penn's-
got the ace pilot. He's busy.
Well, I mean, Pend is also with him for a minute, so he can be like, "Yo, dude, what up?"
Okay. So I'll handle reaching out to the tugboat fleet. The Yandy.
But yeah, I was
the-
going to be doing the exact same, just doing paperwork and
Larira.
for the entire journey.
The Bellatrix. You said someone else was going to handle the pilot squadron.
Pend could.
Okay.
Like you have this XO who happens to also be a captain, and delegation is a thing.
Yes. No. Correct. But I mean, there are things that I'm going to need to take care of. So
That's fair.
I need to do some of my job. Damn it.
Wait, you do things?
You're just like the mascot.
Wow, savage.
You're like the mascot. God damn.
Wow.
That used to be pinned.
Actually, I might delegate this one. Maybe have Myth talk to Liar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Just because that's a unique life form.
That's a way to put it.
Well, why don't you just pick one that you can do now? We'll do them one at a time.
As Outpost Sierra Alpha.
Just pick one.
Just pick any one of them.
And House Telpak. Yes. Another thing to note. Around this time, they're in a similar sort of thing of we won't know exactly how it turned out until the second half of the adventure. But there was an incident at another another scientific outpost, not too far from Sierra Alpha, only like half a sector over.
That's half a sector of not our problem.
Yes, but there was an issue there, and presumably Starfleet is not giving further information right now until the logs are all vetted. So,
Motherfucker, do you paperwork?
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna be looking into 6 out of our 9 alliance.
Actually, when I
So-
think about it, I should probably do the Yandy, because that is an intelligence operation.
Oh yeah, right. And then I also have to check in with the planetary governors.
I
So
should
you're-
probably take the Yandy. That is kind of my
Taking the
problem.
Yandy.
Oh, you want to take the Yandy then?
It's literally me sitting there with a team of spies on the ship, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
Intelligence. Makes sense there.
Yeah.
Like, when I think about it, that is... Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll hold off on the Larira for last. Because we've been talking with them the most, and I'm gonna have to reach out to the Steel Prince anyway.
God, how long is that trip?
So to reach out to any given one of these alliances / people, how long will that take?
Well, part of it, it'll take up to 2 intervals because it'll cover you checking with them, reading something up, filling out certain paperwork, just to see. It depends on what you're trying to get from each person you're talking to.
Right. I think
It will take 2 intervals in essence because it's just a matter of because there's an assumption that you're gonna talk with them, double check with stuff, talk with them again.
And so I have, and is that 2 intervals that can be cut down by momentum spends?
Not for the people who sleep.
You can, but if you do, you'd have to do a fitness roll to fight against fatigue.
Haha, no. And I only have 10 intervals, right?
Before you know for sure the Larira's coming back with a summons.
Okay.
There's a total of 36 intervals, though, so you could be doing some of the work, some of the communications type work probably from the Larira. Potentially. You can at least do the Larira one from the Larira.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll note down that the Larira one will be from the Larira. That's fine.
Probably not best to talk to the sector and planetary governors from there, though.
Definitely
I think that
not.
looks bad.
I mean, you're
Maybe start
also
with that.
you're also talking like you have to leave when you get the summons. Just leave once the fucking conference is over.
Yeah, I can make a... Yeah, I can... when I get the summons, I'll offer the explanation of, we're currently hosting a massive conference, but the moment that's over, I'll be leaving.
I'm not sure that's gonna fly. You can try. I don't get the feeling that the Steel Prince is a man who waits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Regardless, you should probably start with the sector and planetary governors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems like that seems like the most pressing.
Okay, so, do you want to just check in with them, or are you going to try to push to improve some aspect of Tallgrass?
I'm not going to push my luck. I already have a plate. I want to make sure that the sectors aren't falling apart. Basically, do whatever I need to do to ensure that there is just overall stability. There might be an issue here, might be an issue there, but all in all, I want to make sure that things haven't fallen apart in the month I've been away.
I'll pick on you a little bit since, you don't get to roll that often, and I really should give you something really fun to roll. Aren't I nice? Presence or insight plus command, difficulty 4, assisted by squadron influence plus rep. As you're not getting just one report. Oh, no. You're getting all of them. Oh, and some media outlets that want to listen in on the conversations and ask questions of the two of you, some photo ops, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's my deal. I'm going to spend 3 momentum.
You would. I'm not sure what I'm accusing you of, but...
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Usually I'm the one who gets accused like that.
Diplomacy or team dynamics?
Diplomacy. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh!
Oh, Grennan.
I'm gonna have to spend a determination on that. Jesus.
Yeah, no kidding.
There's always room for diplomacy.
Oh yeah, you really need to make up for what's going on here. This is gonna go sideways on you real quick.
Is there room for diplomacy?
And I do also have a reroll.
And
Yes.
we're squashing.
Why? Why? Also, Brennan, do you have a medal you can use? To
Yeah, I
squash
was going to
there?
say I'm gonna use the medal. So keep your momentum. Wow.
Dirty momentum.
We have to own our mistakes.
Wow.
It wasn't.
Oh my god.
It wasn't me.
Guys, my presence command is 17.
Yeah.
This okay, you know what? At least I'm not rolling like the doctor on the Ganymede. He rolled like 4 consecutive 20s.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like,
So,
ow.
Grinnin, what you learned from the planetary governor and sector governor, the planetary governors and sector governors, so 6 sector governors plus, oh my god, so many planetary governors, and their sub-governors and their deputies and the media that want to see in on it, both planetary and Federation. Then Starfleet News Service wants to come in. It turns into a thing for 2 days of solid, oh my god, I have to fit. So you're just one interview into the next. Just endless. That's why it's so hard, because these should be very quick conversations, not full media events, and you have to make them fit into 2 days. So you managed to, without ticking anyone off, without angering anyone, without offending anybody, attending to the appropriate cultural norms, wearing the appropriate dress uniform or not, answering questions in a way befitting a Starfleet officer, or being personable, on and on and on and on. Eventually, you learn that in general, the Tallgrass area is doing pretty good. For food, there's plenty of food reserves, plenty to go around. Even if every replicator in the Tallgrass area failed, there's more than enough to go around. And there's a lot of grown foods and harvested materials and foraged foods that everyone's pretty okay with that. Power-wise, it could be better. It's about on par where a frontier area would be. People would like it if it was higher, but they're not mad. It's just more of a, I happen to live in a nice place. Would I like it to be nicer? Sure, but
we'll get there.
We'll get there. I'm not in a rush. Morale super high. No one's. People are really happy with how Tallgrass has been working. Despite everything that's been going on, the people in Tallgrass have not been touched by the scourge of war. You have fulfilled the promise of Starfleet to these people.
See, we're good at our jobs.
You are at as big a population. Your population amount is booming. There's a huge. A lot of people are moving out this way, to the point that there's nothing really you could do to make it any better. And the sector governors, frankly, are perfectly happy with the amount of people that are coming. They couldn't really take more for a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's but it's also people are moving out at a rate that's not overwhelming them either. So these planets are growing, and that's why everything else is doing so well.
Good.
However, you do learn there's one extended task that will take you multiple intervals to deal with. The big question on the sector governors' minds is, how does the Silk Road Initiative benefit them? How does it benefit their constituents that isn't just making Starfleet more efficient and Starfleet more flexible? It's nice and all. They do appreciate all the peace you've put in. They appreciate that you've held up your bargain as not letting war get on their doorstep. The thing is, that's your job. They don't hand out medals for you doing your job as far as they're concerned. They're concerned with, how are you making Federation lives better? And how is that going to work? Now, the Federation Council said, yeah, here's all the things we're going to do, and 10th Fleet Expeditionaries, like, here's all the cool things we're going to do. But as far as the sector governors are concerned, they haven't been able to communicate to their constituents how it helps them on a more individual level. So they put it on your plate. And you've tried over those 2 days. That's basically the universal. They say it in different ways, but in essence, they want you to be the media guy to explain to the people the benefits of the Silk Road Initiative and how it helps them, even if it's on a macro scale, how it helps them on an individual scale. And you need to do research, or you can trust that the Federation, the populace of the Tallgrass, will make up their own minds and make their own and make the right call in trusting Starfleet, which means you don't have to do the extended task at all. If you do that, if I roll a challenge die. If I roll an effect, the people will distrust you, and people will start moving away, thinking that they're being suckered into the next Bajoran war, that sort of thing. Like, people are going to see it in the worst possible light, and they're just going to walk. Anything else, they'll make their own assumptions and be happy with it. If you do the extended task and you fail to deal with it in time before the conference starts, then you've taken too long to deal with it. and morale's going to go down even worse because now you would have basically said, I'm going to do a media thing, and then you don't hold any meetings, you don't hold any conferences, nothing. So not only were people not just making up their own minds, now you've basically put them off, like openly, like you snubbed millions and millions of people.
Yep.
People don't like you to do that. If you
yeah.
succeed, you will learn something about Tallgrass and about the sector governors because you will
Ooh.
in that time have learned something about your area.
I think I might want to do that. What do you guys think?
Seems like a good idea.
I mean, question,
Seems like a
GM.
good idea.
Huh?
Would he have the advantage from the time we dealt with Belmont in the safe sector of Pend gathering all the remaining governors on our side?
Well, all you got was people in the safe sector. There's like 5 other sectors of people.
Hey, I'm trying.
2 of which are ones you haven't dealt with. One of which is here, the Shosku sector, which is mostly frontier people. But the other 2 actually have like member worlds and planets and stuff with millions of people on them. And 2 of the sectors in Tallgrass are that buffer zone between you and the Gorn. So there are some people out there, but you're talking to ship captains and stuff. And there are technically sector governors for those areas. Those are just the civilian representatives of the various civilians that go out that way. But yeah, no, you would have an advantage if it was just safe sector. Then yeah, I would say you'd have something there. But
so what's the extended task?
Your face. No.
I don't think we have enough scaffolding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I figure sometime during this whole thing, this is probably when the Ganymede shows up, because when the captain of the Ganymede meets Grennan, he's gonna be knee deep in the middle of all of this, and he is not gonna be in the mood for some of Holloway's escapades, because he already has a media circus hounding him.
So, that roll you just did, use up 2 intervals to get that far.
Yep, and this is gonna bring me from 2 to 4. I am going to spend a momentum.
I am going to up the difficulty. To 5.
Oh my god.
See, you get things to do. It's fine.
Take 2 threat.
If I make everything easy, you won't. No, I'll stop picking on you now.
I like how he's just picking on Grennan. The rest of us are fine.
Hey, you could make this media circus someone else's problem.
Yes, I could. Yeah, I could do that.
Bonsab.
In fact,
Good
I
boy.
was gonna say I am gonna bring in Bonsab, but
Okay, so you're gonna use up one of your support to have him assist you on this.
yeah. So here we go. Oh no.
Just let Bonsab help.
That's not enough.
He could spend his determination, but
Sorry, influence plus rep to assist.
Oh.
Because it's a sector, it's a Tallgrass thing, so that should kick in.
there you go.
Yes. That's 5.
Well, for 2 more threat, nah, that's not. You can't do that.
I swear to God.
7 challenge dice, please.
God damn it.
That did it.
Wait, no, that's 7.
Oh, that's 7. But there's 1 resist.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
1 resistance.
Spend a momentum for just an extra work. So that's 2 breakthroughs. Oh, you didn't tell us the magnitude.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Magnitude was just the diff.
No, the magnitude is different than difficulty. That's my bad.
Oh, is that magnitude 2?
No, it is supposed to be difficulty too. That is. Correct.
Oh, so I generated a bunch of momentum then. Oh, but you bumped it up to diff 5.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
diff 5.
that's why. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
That's what me too.
Actually, it'd be magnitude 2. Honestly, I was trying to think of a reason to make it 3, and I had no good reason to do that because it's not. This task isn't that hard. You just have to remember to
You
do
just
it.
dumped threat into it.
Okay, so that's
Based on
everything.
Yeah.
So that's both breakthroughs because I filled the work track and I got 5 or more in one hit.
Yep. Sounds like.
Everyone other than Grennan, roll for me 1 challenge die.
Okay. Oh, there goes Pend.
Well, my
Huh.
character sheet is still not done loading, so
Was that everyone other than Grennan?
Are you on Chrome?
nope.
Huh.
Let's try again.
I'll roll 1 challenge die for Efrix.
I also had some difficulty loading
There
into
it
it
goes.
today.
That's unfortunate.
Frick's also
Our
got
effect's
that.
bad here.
Apparently.
Great.
Uh,
That's par for the course.
Who? Okay, yeah, that's everyone.
Grennan, you learn that the sector governors, actually rather the people, have heard various rumors, and there seems to be other media outlets that are portraying Commander Myth and Dr. Efrix in a rather negative light, and that they are part of a larger problem
Wait.
in Tallgrass.
Zero.
Wait, shouldn't it be Pendinefrix if it was effects?
Well, maybe I'm trying to cheat. You're right. It's Pendinefrix. Pendinefrix, and it's basically lots of
That makes
nothing
more
really
sense.
nothing really substantiated. It's a lot of digging into their pasts and then blowing up them into much larger proportions. So in Penn's case, it's like secret intelligence officer. Maybe he's up to something. Maybe this is all part of a larger act. Dr. Efrix, maybe she's experimenting on this. Does this have to do with the Calquette and smuggling? Or maybe it has to do with secret weapons research. Like, it's really close to home, but when you look into it for any length of time, and the sector governors, when you ask the sector governors about it, they're like, yeah, we dismiss those as false because morale's so high. They're like, yeah, we know you guys aren't out to get us. We've been telling our people that over and over, but somebody out there is actively trying to sabotage your image.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, keep us apprised.
Well, you, if anything, you are the one learning that there's some concerted effort to.
Right. Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's like we'll look into that, of course. But if you find out anything more about, who's organizing these concerted efforts, do let us know.
Well, actually, Fleet Captain, we would request that you investigate it as per your mandate to maintain security and peace within the the area.
Fair enough.
Special Agent Watanabe. A favor to ask you. You owe me one.
Which is to say, psst, intelligence officer, get on that.
I mean, to be
Jordan
fair,
has
you
enough on his
kind of
plate.
technically have an open investigation on both of us.
God.
Today on The Truth of the Federation, we learned that there's open investigations against these officers. Will we learn the truth, or will it all be hidden away?
It's like no, it's like national. Lloyd.
I'll get on that. I can literally just be like, yo, hey, Watanabe, this sounds like it might be a civilian side thing, so if you want to get a start on it, please do. You owe me a favor.
I think next in order of importance for me, House Telpock.
So you're activating. So we'll deal with him as an assist for that role later. I'll put him like this, so I know you're gonna call him.
So I just
That's just
spent-
while I remember. I'm gonna say that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm at 4 intervals out of 10.
Yep.
Got
It's
it.
in the pins. Pen's been keeping track of it, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say House Telpock should probably be the next.
Sure. Anything particular you want from Telpock, or are you just checking in?
I'll ask my intelligence officer for his advice on, because he's had more close interactions with House Telpock than Grennan has.
If we want anything from House Telpock right now,
I can't think of anything super specific that I want from Telpock, but
Agreed.
I'm thinking in terms of who is it really important that we make sure everything's cool with. Like, even if it's just as so much as going up to them and saying, "We cool? Yeah, we cool." Like, I think it's important that we do that, because if we don't, then House Telpock will be like, "Hey, how come you didn't check in with us and make sure that we were cool?"
yeah, no. When it comes to House Telpock, I don't know. The best thing would be like, hey, so what can you tell us about Subgupta? Maybe, yo.
Yeah.
But I know the answer to that is nothing because their games haven't happened yet.
Yes.
So
yeah.
So just check in with him.
just
yeah,
chat.
just chat. Compare notes. It's been a month. Sorry for the quiet. Things have been
Don't apologize to a Klingon.
lots been going on. Friends command difficulty 2. Ugh.
Problem.
Game master, take a threat.
Sure.
Okay, finally.
And that's another hit.
We're at 2 momentum.
Lady Telpock, for one, is quite happy with the gain of a new space station. She is currently in talks with getting one of the great houses to help man it along with her. Since she's a lot more, she's an expeditionary force these days, less a home front force, because chasing traders means chasing them outside of the empire, typically. For the most part, she would like you to make more of a to do one of two things: either allow her to begin investigation missions on worlds within the Tallgrass area, or you start looking for these traders of hers for her and then report to her what you know. Because right now she has a lot of ships, but if she does a full put a friggin' bird of prey in orbit and start beaming Klingon warriors down, she knows that might make people upset. But she knows she'll get answers because House Telpock always gets answers. However, she's giving you the opportunity for you to clean your own house of dishonor rather than have her do it for you. But she's perfectly willing to do it for you if you find yourself unable or overly busy.
Right. Maybe not necessarily a bird of prey, but I think I would be willing to permit Klingon investigators to join in the investigation as a show of good faith, so to speak.
So you do intend to send missions out to investigate these matters?
We would be certainly willing to look into effectively, because these people are criminals in the Empire.
Oh yes.
So, and we have a standing extradition treaty with the Empire, don't we?
Insight plus command there, Grennan. Difficulty 1. There's a bit more to that. You're half right, but I can't say it for free.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm spend. What did you say?
Or
Insight
spend more
command.
momentum. You have the momentum, to be fair.
You said insight command.
Yeah.
Law.
Yes.
Spending a momentum.
Oh, you're momentum digging.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you're doing.
Yep. 2 momentum.
You do have an extradition treaty, but you recall that Klingon, when they consider traders, especially Telpak, they don't differentiate between military traders and civilian traders.
Mm.
And you do have an extradition treaty, but keep in mind that these people are all going to face the death penalty, from bakers to warriors, from carpenters to engineers. You know what I mean? Like Telpak has torched entire planets of traders.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
just to give you a bit more, you do have an extradition treaty. Just keep in mind how Starfleety your decision might be. Or not, because diplomatically, if you tell Telpak to pound sand, that's a different problem. So
Right. Yeah. No. We'll be willing to look into the matter. If you could, provide us with the contact information for, I presume you have an entire, I wouldn't say department, but an entire group dedicated to tracking down these traders.
yes,
We can work with them. From our end.
So, like, administratively cooperate, but don't just allow the Klingons to come in and grab people.
Yep.
Yeah.
That way, we're still getting information from them, but we can be a little bit more selective on our end.
so either it's an extended task to do it, or you would actually have to set aside a mission to an episode to investigate a particular a high-profile planet yourselves to help knock down some of that magnitude and work in just one mission.
Okay.
You can see why she wants help. She either wants to throw everything she has at that, or she wants you to do it. She can, and she's perfectly willing to assist because she's an ally. She's like, yeah, sure. If you're gonna look into it, then you're gonna take lead on it. Then yeah, I'll just send some consultants. But
all right. I'll put this on. I'll put this to my intelligence officer. There are a number of intelligence concerns currently facing our region of space, so I can't guarantee that this will be the highest of high priorities, but I guarantee this will get done.
I will take your guarantee.
Fuck.
I look forward to speaking with you again. I'll be sending my consultants to you post haste.
I'm about to have a bunch of Klingons bust down my door to get me to do things.
Get it done, Varder!
Oh, and from here on, standing complication.
Awesome.
What?
Oh,
Put Klingons on your base.
Good job, Grennan.
oh no.
Good job, Grennan.
Well,
Look
we've
out.
got efforts to do a thing, so let's get to that. Oh, thank you. That makes it harder for me to secure the damn diplomatic suites.
That sounds like a you problem, Varder.
Yeah, you're gonna think that.
But question:
It's going to be a very much a me problem until you blow up in a meeting.
See,
does that complication start existing before Grennan has done this in terms of
He's technically at
intervals?
4 and I'm at 2. Do I have one more? Or is it?
Or this is actually I'm sitting at 6 now because
Oh.
I just finished dealing with House
At
Tele-
interval 6 is when that becomes a problem.
Okay, good. Okay, I've got a minute then.
Yeah, you gotta.
see, Varda, I give you some reasonable tasks to do. I'm not trying to make your job harder.
Okay, well, we'll get around to that. Efric still has not done anything, so let's have her do something.
Yes.
Great.
Let's
Let
let
her catch
Efrix.
up.
Oh man.
Plot an assassination. Panda, take back my argument. Can we get him promoted?
I've
Oh,
got like another 9+ attempts of fucking paperwork. I'll give it a good go.
Efrix, at some point, if you have an interval or so to spare, think you might be able to help me deal with my my goddamn trauma that I still have on.
I was wondering where you're gonna remember that.
That was
I-
gonna be one of my questions too. I was like, does the captain still have trauma?
Well, yeah, he hasn't gotten that treated this whole time. I think one treatment happened so far.
Yeah.
One singular treatment happened.
And we were busy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the fucking trauma of the school.
You can treat him. However, he needs
yeah.
for him to be treated. You basically have to both spend intervals because you have to take time to talk to him, and he has made himself very busy for those first 6 days.
Yeah.
But you totally could. Yeah, you totally could go after it once you can yank
Track
him away
him down.
from him.
Yeah. Like most of our crew, I figure I'm gonna have to like drag him kicking and screaming to an office to have a conversation.
And as a sort of a meta thing, as it were, what we can do is we can start spending some of the intervals now for efforts, and that just adds to Grennan's count.
I could
If
do
you
that,
want
or
to
I could
do
do something else until I catch up.
This is where you go on a holiday. Bye.
Yep. Later, guys. I'm gonna go celebrate my son's graduation.
Hey, the office to
I'll note
take
I feel
you.
like you should.
That trip will take 12 days there and 12 days back.
It's shorter than I thought.
That's under the assumption that your high-ranking officers who are taking the fastest ships you can to get there and back.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go on the
Unless you
ship
wanna take
10 days. That means you'll get there sooner, have more days there, and you'll still be able to get back.
Though while you're journeying, you can do tasks. You could, like, say, do treatment for Grennan, because, talking over subspace is a way to treat somebody. I would increase the complication because of the distance, because you couldn't be there jabbing him in the arm or talking with them super quietly, but you could still treat him while in transit. Because Penn's going to be able to do stuff as well while he's in transit. It's just that there's a certain event that's going to happen that he's basically like, this interval, I am busy. I'm being shot at. And you might get kidnapped. I mean, you might have a fun time with your family. That's an event I'd have you roll for, right?
I mean, I feel like it could happen no matter where I go.
That's a good attitude. That's not even being sarcastic.
I'm not. I'm just. I feel like it could happen. I feel like there's things in play that I don't know about, and regardless of where I go, they're gonna follow me.
Suddenly reminded of that creepy.
That's how easy I make it for somebody to kidnap me. If I'm on the Kismet, it's a lot harder.
But yeah. So what do you wish to do, Doctor?
If no one is like, if Grinna has not given me orders to stay, I do think she would probably go. Yeah. It's been a long time since she's returned, and this is a big event in his life. And she's, died twice, kind of, recently. Not that she's told the kids that, but...
Does Efrix have any trauma sitting on her lap? I don't think so.
No, she managed to hold off on it, but it was close.
Okay.
There's no, actual complication trauma, but there is some just general things that happen to you as a person, I think.
Yeah.
She's just better trained to deal with it. The way that I look at it.
Essentially, you'll be able to take your first 12 while you're traveling. you'll basically be able to share a ride with Pend all the way up to Earth, and then you can, and
Okay.
from Earth, don't worry about it. You can get, you're a high-ranking doctor and a director of research.
Yeah.
Off you go. It's like, you want a ship? Okay, jump on this Galaxy class. We'll pop. We're gonna head that way anyway. You know. So yeah. So
Oh yeah.
you're-
I think there's a couple things I want to deal with while I'm in transit, as far as like paperwork kind of goes. I think she wants to do some more in-depth study of Grennan's scans from when he was detached.
fair enough.
'Cause that's concerning. There's Grennan's like sessions that need to happen. I assume at some point Ninja's gonna let her know that they want her to give a speech. She actually do like. I literally have a report on Kasho that I
Probably literally
wrote.
just, I am incredibly busy right now, but hey, Frix, they want you to talk. Because you're a head researcher on
About
Calcut.
what?
Yeah, that.
Oh,
Doing Calcut Kershowan stuff. Calcut Kershowan? Kershowan. Crystal talking. And then shouting at someone else.
are you telling her that they also want like in-depth conversations about you?
Oh yeah, they don't want to talk to me, but that's something else. About psionics and stuff, that's fun. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I have all the readings on that stuff if you want. Like,
That's up to you.
if you feel it's not up to me. That is your medical history is up to you whether or not you want to release it to anyone.
I'm sure half of them already have it, to be honest. Wrong?
It could be like as simple as like, here's what my bones look like on the biopad. Like,
Sure. Fine. Yes, so that works. I don't really care what they know about
something to make them go, ooh, science.
Yeah, they're not going to say ooh science to anything I say. I don't have that effect on people.
Sometimes
sure,
you do.
I like the idea that it's a matter of charisma to make people go, ooh, science.
I was gonna say it was like it was more the like hard evidence that you could show them, because obviously you can't show them your bones.
well,
I mean, you could, but as your doctor, I don't recommend it.
Takes out a hatchet. Well, accidents happen.
and that's when the conference went sideways.
Suddenly turns into that scene from The Kingsman.
Oh God.
Okay. Use medicine.
While he's very busy trying to get these interviews done. It's like,
This is just reading over the report that I had from.
Yeah, you're reading over the report, the scans that you had from before, and getting a runabout computer to kind of help you make more sense of it.
Because like I did write up a report, but like I was aware it needed deeper study. Let's see.
Yeah, you can be surprised when you reread your notes on something and be like, oh, I didn't remember that at the time. Geez, good thing I looked at this again later.
Yeah.
You actually has
Xenobiology?
lupus.
Yeah, it's lupus. It's always lupus. It's never lupus.
What was the question? Sorry.
Xenobiology?
Yeah. I'll take that.
And novel trauma specialist, right?
Yeah, I'll let you drag the difficulty down for that.
Okay. And spend one for cautious.
This will simulate you taking 2 days of just reading as part of the trip. Oh, and the runabout. Hey.
Rolling an
I mean, I
8.
did bring the difficulty down.
I believe you also get a reroll if you're a fish.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to.
yeah.
So, Doctor.
Hmm.
You learn over reading his file that the good news is that he doesn't seem to be at risk of spontaneous mind meld events. It's something that would need to be triggered or tickled in a weird way, as it were, into activity. Right now, it's kind of a low level connection. So there's that, but it does seem to be you looking over the files, you notice that there does seem to be a foreign substance in his brain that's circulating through it and moving around, but it isn't doing any damage. It's almost like that's kind of the medium through which the connection is made, similar to how betazoids have a certain chemical that runs through them when they're projecting. This seems to be just like it'll circulate to the heart, and then the part pumps it, and then these things are kind of deciding where they're going on their own, and they get themselves back up into the brain eventually. So they kind of just loop from the brain to the heart to the brain to the heart over and over and over, without doing any real harm, without getting in the way of his biology. So it's kind of a weird standby. But he's not producing it. Like, he has his own psychic juice that all organics have. That's what your aspirating is, but it's very, very low. This is a very imagine that all things have certain level of radiation, and then someone has uranium in the middle of it. Except this uranium isn't nuking his brain; it's just kind of self-contained, almost artificial in its nature. But it's organic, and you only really notice it now because you've spent like 2 days staring at the readings, going like, "What is that? Is that a shadow? Is that something I'm seeing that isn't there?" No, you're 100% sure that's there, and that was inflicted. It's almost like a poison that's stuck in his system, but it's not doing anything to him. It's just the medium, the antenna to connect it.
So it's like an additional it's in his bloodstream?
Yes, in essence.
If it's circulating from the heart, so it's just
Yeah, that probably be. Yeah, it is in the bloodstream. Yeah, so it goes through the blood vessels in the brain and then down into the heart and then back up. So there are times when it's out of his brain that his signal strength gets lower because it's not in his brain anymore. But the minute it gets back up to the brain, it starts circulating and he's an antenna again.
yeah. Organic artificial compounds. Do I get the feeling? I probably don't know this. Do I get the feeling that like this link is only accessible via Koshi?
For momentum, I'll answer that.
I think it's worth it.
From the readings and from the patient reports, assuming the patients didn't lie to you or misremember anything, from what you can guess at, it seems that only Koshi has the correct frequency to tune in, because if subspace frequencies are complicated, sonic links between people is even more broad and discrete, so there's a wider band of brain power to talk to each other, or bandwidth, if you will. So for someone to randomly guess that is nearly impossible. That's why psychics are way better at talking to people they already know than someone they just met. They don't know the frequency of that brain yet. So this little antenna, it makes it easier to detect him, but you kind of have to know what you're looking for. And these seem to be artificial, so it seems to be like a very particular frequency that you have to be tuned into. So at present, as far as you know, Koshi's the only one that's in tune with him. Theoretically, if someone else found out that frequency, they could just tune in. But the good thing is that it can't randomly be found. It's astronomically rare for someone to randomly hear someone else's brain.
Hey.
Even betazoids don't accidentally hear people if they don't want to.
Good thing there's gonna be so many psychics
Yeah.
around the captain.
Is there anything else you'd wish to know, Doctor?
The event of him becoming untethered was because we tried to link him with more than one person, correct?
Yeah, that was the triggering event.
Okay. As long as that doesn't happen, he's not at risk of spontaneously just getting lost in the ocean.
Being
To the best of our knowledge.
dissociating, yes.
Yeah.
Or projecting. He can, in theory, he does have the ability to project. Then again, sonically, you can do that anyway. But
Yeah.
it's usually a thing you only do if you're trained and know what you're like. It's almost like mind melding. You need to know what
Yeah,
you're
he's
doing. The fact that-
unlikely to do it on accident.
No.
Okay.
He's too attached to his body,
Good.
to put it in simple terms.
I can fix that.
No.
No.
Yeah.
See, Pend agrees with me.
This is why you two aren't allowed on a ship together. Your bad influences.
Hey, I tried to get him promoted. I'm on his side.
I am now.
He's Everex's best friend. That doesn't mean that she's gonna encourage him. Okay. Okay. I think of anything to follow on that thread, can you? I think that's all for that one.
Okay.
Um,
You're at 2 of 36.
yeah, it's not. I'm not sure I need to reduce intervals at this point.
No, 36 intervals are a shit ton of intervals.
Yeah, it's a lot. And I don't have. I expect something will happen and I will have a lot more to do, but right now I don't have a ton, so that's okay. While I wait for the captain to end his media circus, I guess I could look into like formalizing my research on the Cowcat into a speech.
Ooh.
I have a research paper, kind of, or at least a report that I wrote for Everex. We completed the Kashoma mission, so.
Yeah, you showed me that. Pardon me. You showed me that report, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I sent it to you. I think I put it in not fleet reports, but in like personal.
Yeah. So
Logs
we'll
as
call
well.
this. Presence Medicine Difficulty 1, assisted by Computers Medicine, as you begin working on your speech. Thankfully, you've done a lot of research and writing anyway, so you've saved yourself a bit of work.
Yep. And before she joined Starfleet, this was kind of the kind of stuff she did all the time, so. Let's see. Since I got, well, Director of Calcat Research.
Diff 0. I'd spend threat, but I don't have any, so.
I actually
Yeah.
don't.
A real shame.
I don't think I have. I don't think I have a focus anymore that applies.
Speech writing, lecturing.
Yeah. Well, I used to have one for Calcat, but I don't anymore.
Oh no.
I don't have any of that. So.
Gave me a magnitude 6 to 5 top. God damn it, Grennan.
You just saw it. I should put that in here so we don't forget it.
That starts as a diff 6.
I mean, die mad, I guess.
I'll spend one for cautious, I guess, since I don't have a focus.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
12 intervals right there, at least.
Hey. I don't know what to tell you, man.
So yeah, you're able to assemble during the next 2 days of your journey. You're able to start writing up what you want to say, how you want to phrase it, and you know that the audience you're talking to is a academic panel of it's an academic conference essentially of people who are specialized in psionics. So there's a few things you're like, oh wait, I don't have to dumb this down. I can just use the correct terms for what I'm talking about. Yeah, you have a speech ready to go, or at least one. You could write more if you wanted to have another. If you want to have more than one talk, because each talk is about an hour of the conference. You can make it a multi-part symposium on your research.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
So I'll put it this way: you have 1 hour's worth of material.
yeah, because we have all of those like things that we created and designed to react with, used in other psionic settings, but I'm not sure if I want that to be just general knowledge, because I'm pretty sure
you could probably abstract
that borders on
you're not releasing blueprints, you're talking about how they interact with certain technologies.
Yeah.
Also, for speech writing, you can probably cut down your intervals. Thinking.
Bouncing them off someone else, you're just writing yourself by yourself, so yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Well, you're not getting Penn to help you write this speech.
Academic.
Listen, Pind is a very good orator. I don't think Pind wants to listen to me ramble about the scientific side of Kashoans.
You're talking to a person who spent quite a lot of time on the planet and went to their city.
So what you could do is convince him to join in on the talk.
Pind
His
might
TED talk on
punch
Kashoans.
me.
Here's my TED talk on Kershaw. Don't go as irradiated. Suck.
Just. Here's what the planet was like. It was lots of radiation. I barely survived. Fuck off.
Just to convince him?
No. If you're trying to, for each additional topic you're adding, or each additional hour's worth of content, it's basically diff 2, because now you're outside of your initial research paper, and now you're going into additional topics or more niche areas of the original talk.
I mean, I would assist, but I do have quite a few things I've got an idea
you've got stuff to
sort
do.
out.
Yeah. I'll do like maybe one more.
What's the other topic you want to work on? I
think I really want to hone in and talk about the like isolation technique we're able to use against the red crystals and the red-black crystals.
Efrich, do you want to spend one to keep the interval down, or do you just want this to be another 2 interval?
I could spend, I guess.
So at the end of this one, I'll be at 4.
Pardon me?
No focus. I'm going to keep my interval down on this one. And yeah, spend one for cause. Show Director of Calcut Crystal Research.
Yep, diff 1.
Let's go. Maybe.
To momentum generated as you draw up a talk on Kashoan red to blue technology or conversion technology.
Yeah. The importance on being polite to crystals.
Yeah, it has to be a kitschy name like that. It's one of those conferences.
Yep.
God help you when you try to listen to someone make tax law sound interesting at a conference. Tax law and you, how to make it fun. Yeah, sure, buddy. All right. You would think business conferences would be less kitschy, but no, they're almost worse. Because marketers. Yes, you're currently at...
4?
Oh, at 4 now? Oh, because you spent
Yes.
the slim it down. I see. Okay.
Grinnin's at 6, right?
Maybe if you wanted to spend an interval to improve your image due to the smear campaign.
Yeah, he's probably taught that by now.
Yeah, because you got to this, because the last thing he did was Telpuck. So
Yeah.
the smear campaign. Now, whether he tells you about that, I don't know.
Oh yeah, he would have.
Oh, cool. So you get to know that.
Yeah, the two of us were like, oh, great, cool. Oh, wait,
While you're
are we supposed to
together
care?
as well, that's even better.
So
It's because I talked that one group into letting us treat them, and then we accidentally infected them with nanobots.
oh,
Just
actually,
break the bubble and start going. You want to have a round to this accusation too?
I have some like connections that I could reach out to that like maybe they could on the regional governors though. I don't think. Hang on.
you could try to make some subspace calls and try to talk with some of these media outlets or push, do your own interviews.
Oh boy.
Hmm.
I feel like Everix is not charming enough for that.
Well, it depends on the role.
For either of you, if you there's someone out there actively trying to smear, so you're trying to out talk the talking points that are out there.
Would I be able to swing doctor's orders? Probably not.
All of you take your vitamins. Now that I've told you that, listen to my story.
That's sounds good to me.
Oh man.
You can help each other. I mean, you're on the same trip for a few days yet.
Yeah, so if you wanted, I could go first, try and...
You're also part of it.
You're collaborating just like they said you would in the news report that I saw on the internet.
That's exactly what I'm worried about if we fail.
Don't worry, we won't fail.
Yeah, just don't fail.
Oh, do you want-
Command is high enough that I can't use. I'm a doctor, not a television personality.
I mean, would you like me to lead and you assist?
I mean, it's not the worst. I have a 13, but I don't think I... Unless I can swing counseling.
At complication, you
I
could use
could
counseling.
spend... I have a good value for this.
Be a good time considering he's got no threat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If for some reason I can't just give you momentum, because that's not how that works.
Hey, I'll take it.
That would be funny.
It would be so pointless because you'd hit 6. I'm going to give you 6 momentum. We can't keep it.
Hey, GM,
No, you'd have to,
how
you'd
about
have
this?
to not have restrictions on momentum, which
Yeah.
would cause its own problems.
Yeah.
Hey, GM, how does this sound? On the sheets we get, on the determination we have threat, correct? So what if you just give us like 6 personal threat for which we don't give you?
Oh,
Oh, and sorry, you guys would get.
so Efrix may not be a media person. Technically, she's married to one.
Oh.
For 2 momentum, you can have the advantage of having.
They're not on super good terms, but
You could, for the 2 momentum, you can have the advantage of giving them a call first. So, hey, so I'm going to be doing some interviews. Any ideas? Any suggestions?
Yeah.
Don't be you.
They're
Thanks.
sitting there going, if anyone's going to badmouth you, it's me, god damn it.
Mm-hmm. We don't want Denobula to look.
News on Planetary News, the trusted news source. You can tell that the Denobulans are out to get us. Evidence now, as Dr. Efforts.
News on
Planetary news.
It translates better in Andorian.
Okay. So yes.
Because planet has a whole different meaning in Andorian.
Yeah. I'm
Over 1,000
gonna
words for snow.
use my value, maybe. Do all the
Which
good you can by all the means you can.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Let's see. Are there any? This could come back and bite me, but like,
Oh, and your doctor's
Really?
orders doesn't.
no.
No.
That was the joke. Take your vitamins. Now that I've said that, listen to me.
You should roll your challenge dice.
But what about Mama Bear? Like playing up the like family angle, taking
I'll
leave
give
to
you one free
go
hit for-
visit my son, like
Yeah, I'll give you
kind
a
of
free
lean
hit. You
into
kind of,
talking about that and like
that's
you know,
very.
my connections to like you know the connections that I've made in various places over time of like friends and family and that sort of thing. Like trying to be normal for someone that's lived for 105 years, you know.
Like, yeah, I'll take that as a free hit. That family is always first, sort of spin. I mean, it's true. I'm not saying it's untrue. I'm just saying it. You know,
Yeah,
Mama Bear
especially for a
trait.
Denobulan, but like it's easy for a Denobulan to play that up. Like,
Yeah. Like, would I be such a terrible person? I mean, look at all the people I've raised. Look at all the.
Look at
the
all
well,
the
I
time-
mean,
family I have.
actually, don't look at that too closely. I don't have two children. I've not married a third time, which is like scandalous. Oh my god.
Huh?
I don't know that. Maybe.
Well, they might now once the tabloids get a hold of it. No.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'm gonna. Spend the momentum. Nope. Wait. Because I'm using my determination.
It would cost you 2 momentum.
Would. I feel like she is taking a little bit of a risk. Can I do one momentum and one threat?
You totally can.
Okay, I feel like she's risking it, so that's on
I mean,
I'll
you,
just hang on to that.
level.
You know.
you could have used both momentum if you want. I use threat.
No, but I want to save it in case of emergencies. You. Let's try it. Oh boy. No.
I get to reroll that 19. Oh, do I? Oh shoot! I didn't buy dice. I think I need. To
No,
do that
you
first.
didn't.
Oh
I
no,
do
that's.
have
Oh, I just get a
three,
free focus. That's all. Okay, no, that wouldn't have mattered either way.
but it did complicate. So 3 hits, but a complication.
Yeah, we'll just spend to squash it.
Good.
So yeah, you do some interviews for a couple days with various news services in the Tallgrass area, and you're able to handedly clear your name because you just simply tell the truth about what you're like, what your family's like, what your career's like, what you've been up to, you know. And most of the people watching on the news services already like you guys anyway. Like the morale's
Mhm.
super high, so it's and your reputation's very high. So eventually, by the second day, some of the interviews are just fluff interviews.
Yeah.
Like they're just like, "Hey, so what's being on a starship like? What was your career in medicine like?" And the other guy frothing at the mouth, wanting to say bad things. It's like, "Oh, do you have a source for that?" Well, I heard rumors. Okay, so about your like, so you're able to kill that particular story because there wasn't a whole lot of teeth to it to begin with.
I mean, there could be.
They're not teeth that they can point to sources that wouldn't
Yeah.
expose them in very dangerous
Probably a good
ways.
thing that she talked to her husband, because, like, I get the feeling that if they asked her about the investigation about bioweapons, she'd be like, yeah, no, that's a thing.
He was like, "Hey, maybe don't. Maybe don't."
So that puts you up to 6 intervals now.
Okay, so we're on par with Brennan, and we can do some trauma stuff.
Yay! Trauma.
Trauma.
To make stuff easier for you, maybe.
But not for Vada.
Under pressure. Anyway,
Uh,
that just came to mind. Sorry. Scream. Where is it? Oh. Trauma. Give me some trauma. Do.
Little trauma. Do-do-do-do.
It comes up a lot in this book. Like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I'm in the right part of the book, so there. Okay, good. We're back now.
Guess I could have also pulled it up. I apologize, Dean.
It's okay. No one likes me anyway.
Well, you said it.
It's called guilt tripping. Equal to insight medicine difficulty currently of 3.
Okay.
You guys are supposed to correct me and say you don't hate me, just so you know.
Why would we do that?
We don't hate you.
Well, now you said that. No.
Counseling?
Yep.
It's like that's what this is for.
Is this assisted?
Spending one for cautious.
Is this assisted
Sounds
by
made up.
Grennan?
Because I
It can
don't.
be. Yep.
I don't want to further hurt the captain.
What do I have to roll?
Insight medicine. You can assist in your own treatment.
Come.
What was the difficulty?
3.
3.
Oh, you did it.
Severity goes down by 1 there, Grennan. So you're now down to severity 1.
Whew.
How does that make you feel? Sorry.
It feels like gain any, but that's okay.
So, Captain, you've had some time to decompress and observe your emotions regarding this.
Yeah, I think I'll get there. It's just
Oh.
Oh.
He couldn't do that. It'd hurt his shoulder.
Oh. Gren's just, yeah, I'm getting there. I can tell I'm getting there. I'm not quite there. It's still a lot to take in, but well, I've seen a lot in this line of work, and I have to decide whether or not another thing that I've seen, I feel like I shouldn't. But if I don't, then what does that say about me?
What do you think that says about you?
I think it says to me that I'm human.
Biologically, I can confirm that's correct, Captain.
I mean that I feel empathy, that I feel sorrow for the deaths of so many people. I feel sorrow when an obvious tragedy occurs. And that's normal.
Is?
But I also have to know when to set that aside in a healthy manner. I'm not quite there yet, but I think I'm starting to see the path for it.
In my opinion, it is one of the most difficult things about command.
Yeah.
That is why I have very little ambition to go further than I have in the larger scheme of things.
Well, even though you might not want the command yourself, you at least know what it entails.
Well, I did have to take the command test.
I remember.
Remember Vada.
He remembers
right.
that you've had to take it.
Yes, I remember that you have had to take. Yeah. I know.
Do you continue with your sessions for another 2 days?
I have other stuff I have to take care of.
Yeah, we'll just do the one probably, because I don't think I can convince the captain to give up that much time.
Yeah, nah. So the question
I am
is...
just happy that he was willing to sit down and I didn't have to sedate him. to get him to a session.
The captain knows that mental health is important.
Does he?
He does. It's just
It puts him above the rest, including ethics.
It's just he usually doesn't have the time. It's just there are other. He knows it's important. It's just there are other things that are also important.
Speaking of other things that are important, is there anything Myth, Pend, or Varder would like to do?
I need to do the security thing so that we can do the other thing, engineering. No, before I have Klingons all over the place fucking with my shit.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Making
Grennan.
everything harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not allowed in here. Get the hell out. But Klingon. I just have to... I don't know. Yeah, what do I have
I'll
to do?
punch the door.
You are looking at an insight security roll, difficulty 5. You can get assistance from your might plus reputation because you can use various shuttles and connections you have in the fleet to get them where they want to go. Because largely you're just trying to give them. This isn't just to keep them in line; it's to help them with their investigation quickly so they
this
can
is
get out of your
Klingons.
pit.
Not dealing with the Klingons yet. This is...
Oh,
I don't know I need to deal with the Klingons till 6 happens.
oh, that's right. Yeah.
So
What's
this
the thing
is
you want to deal
the diplomatic suite stuff.
Oh,
Essentially going through doing security stuff, figure out what needs to be done by engineering to bunkerize them, essentially. And going from there.
Yeah, remember those jobs I gave you both to do?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, see? Yeah, the job Pend gave me difficulty 2. The job Grennan gave me difficulty 6.
don't worry. The complication hasn't gone up yet because you haven't hit. What interval did that fire again?
6.
6.
Put that in the thing.
You didn't say complication increase, you said difficulty increase. You just had this a flat...
Complication was a difficulty increase.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Oh no, it's a complication. Oh, sorry, the complication +1 to all security tasks after that interval because he brought in.
Increase.
Does it say diff? It should be calm, not diff. Sorry.
Okay, I was sitting there going, oh. Oh yeah, reason, security, guerrilla warfare. How would I assassinate these people in these rooms?
Sure.
A good way to look at it. If I can counter myself perfectly, then anyone else who's less skilled than me, then hey. It's not a bad way to look at it. Have a threat.
Sure. Now I have threat.
Yeah.
And that's a crit. So we gained 5.
We mighty, look at that.
Hmm. Oh no. The assist for might was from thing. Though then again, the station would assist probably, yeah, and 2 would get it. So never mind. Yeah, you're good. Never mind. Because that'd be like structure security.
Oh, and I forgot I've got a security team with me the entire time, so just...
-1 difficulty, +1 momentum. Yep. Okay, so that brings you up to 6 now?
Yes. I've just now hit 6.
No, you've just now hit 4.
Oh, yeah, sorry, just now hit 4. Duh. Yeah, I was at 2
Okay.
before. Haha.
I am
Right.
keeping
So behind.
track.
No, I got mixed up. I'm easy.
Sorry, I thought you hadn't changed it over yet.
I had only done the one thing.
Okay. What else do you do?
Well, I still don't know the Klingons are a problem. I think I know about the special agent, the civilian side of things problem, the stuff happening there. How urgent is that?
I probably wouldn't say that urgent because I could probably clear mine with a roll, and Efrix has already cleared hers.
Yeah, mine is just trying to find the source, and I can. That source is still going to be. Yeah, no, the people are busy screaming loudly and angrily, so it's not like I need to look for them.
Plus, I don't think it's the most
You have until the conference starts, at which point the news cycle will have shifted by that point.
The conference starts when?
At the end of the intervals at 36.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
I think we've got
Yeah,
a fair
got some
whack of
time.
time before that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get Dharma to not be Dharma Prel. We'll deal with Dharma Prel. I have a favor with him. I'm using it. You owe me. Be less of a dick.
You spin the favor. What I'll do this. Because you can generate momentum and possibly create advantages off of him. So... presence command, difficulty 1 because of your favor. Computers plus command. Because you have diplomatic suite bonus, so...
Alright, I'm doing this because I'm a midnight agent. That's not helping me here at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Presence command. Survival. For everyone involved, because damn it, Dharma. Not really. I don't have a focus for this. It makes sense in a manner of speaking.
Just point a phaser at him, see what happens to your rep.
Yeah, I'll give you a threat, though, just... Yeah. Oh, hey, look at that. I still crit.
Computers command.
Alright.
Yeah, you're able to find that a lot of what he's looking for, yes, he is trying to gain profit off of the watch, but some of it is just straight up him saying, no, like, I'm not, like, the things they're asking for are kind of hard and they'll cost, but you're able, with Computer's Command and that higher role, you're able to tell him resources he can use that doesn't require you to do anything with your rank. It's just like, no, this is stuff that we have, and you're just telling him where he can go on the station to get what he needs. He's like, oh, well, if I can do that, then yeah, I'll do that instead, and I won't charge them. If I can get it for free, then there's no reason for me to charge them. So yeah, I don't.
And then there's also the, I know you're the underground contact here. Don't.
Yeah. And the favor, that's why I brought down part of the difficulty. It's like, yeah, sure, I can do that for you. Like he was going to, and he's like, okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
While this is happening, no, because I know I can't just tell you to stop indefinitely.
Is there anything else that
of the conference.
you need me with there, Varder? Because now that you got this all settled, I'm pretty squared away now.
Maybe spend 2 for the advantage of if he hears anything to let you know.
Well, I mean, I figure he knows some smugglers. He probably knows where smugglers have been hiding stuff across the station. And, you know, there are benefits to such things as turning those in.
Yeah, for 2 momentum, you could have him as an advantage of like, hey, could you tell me what's to help you with the smuggling thing? Because he does know where some of those are that haven't been caught yet.
And it's like, yeah, well, what does he get out of it? Well, I don't know, you turn them in, we can give you some of the stuff that's not legitimately illegal 100% as long as you get a permit, and you have the permits because you're that guy.
Yep. Yeah, he'll totally do that. Totally. He doesn't mind cooperating with security when security's actually giving him a heads up.
Yeah. And actually, if he knows anything about the whole smear stuff going on right now, because he's in the position to hear things.
For 1 momentum, I'll answer that. Yeah, there are some Starfleet folk back from the days of the war who don't particularly like Tiger Squadron and what it represents. They're the sort of people who don't like, frankly, what the 10th Expeditionary Fleet is becoming. So, if they can find a reason for you to all look bad, They will happily give interviews to whoever they like.
Are we looking at Sixth Fleet again?
He shrugs.
That's me to
What?
you. Damn Sixth Fleet.
But that's my suspicion. Criminals, if they wanted to make you guys look bad, they would throw things through your quarters doors. They'd attack you, that sort of thing. They wouldn't do this sort of smear campaign is either intelligence work, but it seems too clumsy. Like it's not directed enough. It's not biting enough. But someone knows something. Somebody's talking. Because from what I hear, some of this stuff cuts a little close to home. So I would guess this is someone of captain rank or higher. I would guess that this is, or someone you guys have worked with that doesn't like you, who is ranking enough that they could hurt you.
Is it bad? My first thought was Kiddick.
Definitely wouldn't be an ensign or crewman because, frankly, they don't get interviews with Interstellar News. I mean, yes, they're a trash service, but Interstellar News free is very much downright provincial in its focus on problems. The sort of people who are worried that shuttles aren't moving fast enough nowadays.
Yeah, well, that is definitely useful. Thank you.
But I can tell you that none of the Orb Syndicate or them are after you. That's not how they operate. So.
No, yeah, they just wanted to overload every power cell on the station.
Exactly. Their problem solving is far more direct.
Yeah, that's worked out well for them.
Usually does.
All right. Enjoy yourself, Dharma.
I'm certainly going to.
Yeah, it's a laugh. Great.
And now you have the Klingons pouring into the station.
Yep.
With thanks of the captain.
Yep. And I'll hand it over to Myth to do Myth things. Well, I don't want to get too far ahead, so
and
I'll
now,
stop at
back
the
in
6.
time. Where I'm
Congratulations. Yeah. It's like, congratulations. You can start on the things. The bunkerizing thing. Or whatever else it was you were needing to do.
Bunkerizing.
The diplomatic suites.
Alright. So what is it to start getting all those precautions installed?
You have to remove your left and right arm and use those as plating.
Seems kind of wasteful, but okay.
Oh. So you're trying to bunkerize them?
Yeah. Plugging the engineering holes that Varder discovered, and then reinforcing everything, basically.
Yep. Control engineering difficulty 2.
All right. Take a threat.
Hooray!
Hooray! Yay! And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah. Activating augmented control. Roll 3. Rerolling 1. That's 3 total. We have a float.
Yep. You're able to reinforce the diplomatic suites and isolate them a bit in a good way.
Yeah.
And shore up some of the security holes that were there, but because you isolated them.
Mm-hmm. I'll spend 1 to cut down the interval.
So you're at 4.
Yep. And then now that I've got it bunkerized, I want to look into shielding against unusual threats. So being able to, prevent a psionic attack or transdimensional travel. Okay. leverage analytical to switch that to control? I'll still go for it if it's not, but
Yeah, you're doing some pretty out there solutions.
all right. Oh boy.
Like you get weird looks from the engineers. Like, you want me to fabricate what?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Wouldn't that
The
overload
plank
the ETS
stuff does
coupling and
not-
cause a fire? Yes, that's the idea. Sorry, Commander, you're gonna have to explain this. Just replicate it. Oh, well, yes, sir.
The plank staff sit there nodding knowingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's a controlled plasma fire. It's a plasma fire.
This is the dialogue between plank staff and DSC staff.
This is someone on the plank going, "Yeah, but I made this new vial that you can throw in a plasma fire and put it out. Have you tested it? We will
In
soon."
holographic.
It's like,
Yeah.
I will
Um,
soon when we start a
focus-
plasma fire.
Focus in either temporal mechanics or xenotechnology.
It's friendly fire. God damn it.
That's good. That's good.
Oh, that sounds like something on the plank. They would say that.
Yeah, it's the prototype name for a thing that's going on right now.
God.
I'm sure.
Yeah, yes to those focuses, by the way. Damn it.
Okay. Take a threat, and then I'm going to spend. How much momentum?
Do you want to go big?
Yeah. So that's what? 4? 5?
5.
Yeah, 5. Rerolling that 20. I have a bad daring. But I still made it.
Wow.
Yeah, you're able to install some rather unconventional security methods into the walls that are just shy because you didn't roll a complication. You managed not to violate any Starfleet protocols because you take extreme care in its deployment, and you have a especially good reason to deploy such measures. If you're just doing this just for fun, then I would have knocked you. But you have credible, lawyerable reasons to do what you're doing.
Yeah. All right. See, I was at 4. I'm not gonna spend to knock this one down. I'll be up to 6 with a bunch of other people now. But I think this one involved bringing in lots of other people to work on it.
Yeah. Lots of very angry engineers yelling at other angry engineers.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Wright's confused why she's getting complaints from the engineering department. I can't override her. She outranks me, and I got her submission. She told me why she needed to do it. That's what we're doing. You don't like it? Take it up with the fleet captain. It's not going to go much better for you. I'm telling you that now.
The Lord Engineer is somewhere enjoying themselves.
Yeah. All right. Who hasn't done stuff yet? Or
Penn
who's-
hasn't done stuff for a bit.
Yeah. I'll pass off to Penn then.
If that's the case, I've got 2 in mind. One would be the escort squadron I'm currently dealing with, and the other would be the tugboats.
Oh, you're doing the touch base stuff,
The,
the alliance stuff.
the tugboats in particular for the second one, because I have a plan for them down the line.
All right. So, is there anything? So, talking to, and actually, since you're kind of flying along and you're able to just talk with each other as you're kind of going the same direction for days, is there anything? Are you just looking for a status update, or do you want the Ace Pilots Mercenary Company to do something in particular for the squadron from here on?
No, we're pretty much happy with what purpose they provide. So I don't think we really need to change that.
Wait, is that a thing? Hold on. Oh, I don't call it that, right? Different game. You don't call it resource. You call it resource here, not wealth. Presence plus con or command difficulty 2, assisted by your resource score plus your rep. As they are a mercenary company, and you do have to account for their maintenance.
Take a threat. Would you take team dynamics?
I'll take it, sure. You can have your liaison assist you with this because that's what they're for.
Okay.
This is exactly what they're for.
Yep, I've got them.
Reroll.
Where are you, Talon?
What's our resources? 8. So it's 8 plus 4.
12. They're at a 12.
That's a comp.
Oh no.
So we're currently at 3. We gain 1, and I'll spend a momentum to squash it.
Okay. So yeah, you check in with you learned that Alec is very aggressive in his dealings, not like hostile, but just very aggressive, very Chigoan. Reminds you of like even the smallest detail verbatim from the contract. So you have to be very careful how you say stuff, but you manage to figure out, and plus you have the liaison who's able to kind of give you a heads up, like, no, it's like, oh, you mean this document? Oh, you asked him a question about this? Oh, here, Captain, here's the document they're referencing. Like the pilot's trying to play on the fact that you don't have a perfect memory like he does, and your liaison's catching on and going,
That's why we gave him a Vulcan.
But eventually, when you after talking with him for a couple of days, he's fine with the arrangement. Really, he's just trying to see how much you gave him an inch. He's happy with it. He was trying to shoot for a mile because why not? It's worth trying. It holds no grudge that you don't give them the mile. It's like, oh, okay, that's just the way things are. They're happy with the salvage. They like doing salvage operations. The big thing they want to check in on that they're worried about is that when they do missions like hunting down pirates, there's no big pirate organization that's out to get them anymore. But occasionally they know that there is a standing bounty among pirates to hunt down Alec. There's not a whole lot he can ask you to do anything about that, because it's not like it's the syndicate out to get him. It's just an open bounty on him right now. So he has to be as long as he's in Federation space, he doesn't see it as a problem, especially in Tallgrass, just because that area space is so well controlled between you and him that's not going to be a problem. But if he leaves that area, or if he goes into those sectors between Gorn and Federation space, his squad is at a way higher risk of being attacked randomly. Just by hunters.
Well,
he's not too worried about it, but he would like to have one thing he'd like to do, actually. Now, since you're asking him, now that I think of it, he would like to at some point do a live fire exercise with the shuttles with DSE and put his people to the test, like push them as hard as they can and get them. Like, not like blow up ships, but actually like let the phaser actually hit something and spook the heck out of the guy inside, going, well, you didn't just get hit, believe me. That's where they hit you. That was on the cockpit, that sort of thing. Now as a Starfleet officer that's not Starfleet policy. It's considered a safety hazard to do that. And it will undoubtedly, no one would probably be killed in it because they'd be right there at DSE, but someone's going to get hurt. Someone somewhere is going to get burned or break an arm, or a nacelle's going to get blown up or something. And you're going to probably be down like 2 shuttles, and they're going to be down a couple of fighters. But the benefit is his group is now better trained. They will be more effective. The alternative is that Alec will just have to figure out. We'll have to fight. That's the only thing he can think of without getting more shuttles being assigned to him. Like, you'd have to give him some of your might, which you really can't afford to do.
I'd make him a third option if he's willing.
Hey, if you have an idea, he's listening.
I'll be coming back this way in about a month's time.
Okay.
it might not be shuttles, but I can tone down the power of a starship's phases, and you can test it out on actual ships.
So, like, do a war game between your new ship plus our squadron.
Yeah, so at least you get your guys the experience of trying to take down a larger vessel, and obviously we're us fighting smaller vessels. We'll tone down the power, so we don't immediately vaporize you, and that way your people can get used to live combat.
He's fine with that.
I say throw them a
Now,
holiday.
that alternative still falls under a risky training exercise, although it's more that you're not so much that you're in danger, because they're unlikely to hurt your ship. However, you are shooting an actual phaser blast at ships.
I mean,
But
greatly
you're not
reduced.
You're not going to lose anything.
Yeah.
It's just them that's going to lose stuff.
But yeah, that's probably a better option. Like I said, we'll just like half the power, so there's just minimum chance of something catastrophically going wrong, but everyone gets what they want.
Yeah. So you have that means, assuming your ship gets back, which it should, but assuming all goes well, that exercise will not this episode, but next episode we'll probably have a quick fleet battle between you and them. And whether they win or lose, their effective might for their squadron is going to be up by +1, so they're going to be stronger because of that, because they just are better at fighting now, because they'll have learned what it is to take on a starship.
Can we not make it fleet combat? I'm at a disadvantage in fleet combat.
Oh, sorry. Well, ship combat.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're a
It's
scale
running,
8
It just,
in fleet combat.
Oof.
I think they beat the Achilles in fleet combat, yeah.
Yep.
Because
So
they
they'll
put those
affect-
6 scale 1s and the 1 scale 2.
So they will upgrade to a strength 9 fighter wing. So that's your touch base with the Ace Pilot.
yeah, and the second one is to reach out to the tugboats. And possibly get their assistance in the next 20 to 25 days?
With what?
Maybe attempting to bring some extra stuff back from the central space?
Oh, just speeding up commerce in the area.
Commerce, but if I convince anything, people or any organisations to send stuff south, we'll have, you know, a couple of extra tugboats on hand to make that process smoother.
That will be. Control or presence plus con, difficulty 3. You're assisted by influence and reputation. As you're trying to find a way for the tugboat fleet to kind of how they can do that without lessening their ability to help your ships directly.
I'll spend a threat. I might re-roll that. I'll just see what the. So that's still 2. Yeah, screw it. I'll spend the determination. Would you
To what
allow
value?
mission directive, because we've not really set one, but for the fact of I'm trying to help stabilize Tallgrass?
Yeah, I'll consider that one of the standing missions of Tallgrass. Actually, I think that's in the notes somewhere about Tallgrass.
So, rerolling 1. Yay!
Your resource has gone up by +1 for Tallgrass because now trade has been expedited.
Sweet. So we now have a resource of 9.
Nice.
So you're now at
6.
6. Yep.
Yeah, so apart from Efforts and Grennan at 8, it's just me, Myth, and Varda with one more to match up.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, Parker, you have some stuff to do.
Yeah, I guess time to start dealing with these rowdy boys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's a diff 5 comp to
Insight security.
inside security. Looking for people hiding.
Yeah.
Security team to knock the difficulty down by 1.
Diff down by 1. Got it.
Can I leverage the trait ally of House Telpok to have the Klingons actually helping instead of hindering?
They already are.
They're helping, huh?
Yeah.
They're just also increasing the complication.
Yeah, when I say help, I mean stay out of the way a little more, so I can lower the complication range.
Oh, you'll have to talk to your fleet captain about that. We got an agreement between your fleet captain and our house leader,
Yes.
Joe.
I mean, Varder has a personal alliance with the House Telpok, so they might like him more and actually be more willing to.
You could bring down the resistance that way.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Because I have something. They like me.
Yeah.
A little
yeah.
bit.
The complication is just that Klingons have their way of investigating things, and it's like, oh, they're
Yeah.
here. I can't make them go away.
Well, actually, if I'm... let's embrace that complication and lead by example as a focus.
Sure, actually.
You're in the Federation, boys.
Oh, and you are assisted with might plus rep.
Oh, we have... okay. Yeah. Damn, I also didn't change my name from to Len, but hey, that's 5 threat for you, unfortunately.
Huzzah!
I thought that would work better. But yeah, we'll do it like that.
No, it already worked once this episode. It can only work once an episode.
It worked twice for me last episode.
And that's a hit.
And I can... Yes!
So lots of momentum gained off of that.
So that's 8, so we gain 4.
All right, 7 challenge dice plays.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. -1, so 6 so far.
Yep. If only I had piercing, or not piercing,
Vicious.
Vicious, there we go. God damn, I can't remember any words today.
Any expenditures? Well, actually, I can tell you so far that with that 1 magnitude, they have a lot of names. Like, we're talking hundreds of names. Hundreds on hundreds. And then there's like, oh, that's just the officers. Now here's all their families and their relatives and people who are loyal to certain houses. So there's like, it's insane the amount of names they're giving you. But you're able to pare it down and actually get all the names and see who's dead, who's already been captured, who's not in Federation space that they know for sure, that sort of thing. So it's not an insane, it's actually a manageable number you can deal with.
Ah. I see.
So that's 2 intervals hunting that down.
And it's a fitness roll to just tough it out and go through, or is that not possible because of how many Klingons are here?
You could fitness it if you wanted. It'd be fitness security difficulty of 2 to not increase your comp range due to staying up.
Yeah. Augmented fitness, let's go.
So spending 1 for.
Yeah. You said it was a fitness security?
Yep.
That's not increased in difficulty because of the Klingons being here, is it? Or a complication?
It is because they are able to keep. They don't seem to have a problem with staying up. You do. And it's like, oh no, I have to stay awake for some of these. Some of these guys I actually have to stay up for.
Yeah, okay, sweet, brilliant. Well, it's security, so 1 threat.
Sure.
Yeah. Reroll that. Damn it. 19. Oh, 18 to 19. Oh well. But that's 4 hits.
Yep,
Because
so
augmented fitness.
So you don't.
So that is, we make 2 to squash that, but I'm going to use my metal to squash it instead.
Okay. So you
Just
gain.
because, yeah, we want momentum for other people as well.
So yeah, you're able to push on through the night and not lose your sharpness while you do it.
Yeah. Just let me keep up with the Klingons. And also, let's get this done soon so they can leave. Because I have other things to do.
Speaking of,
So that puts me at what? 7? Yeah.
Yeah, he's spending.
0 work. Diff back
Oh.
up to 5. Aren't you glad people gave me threat?
Yeah, I was one of them. You spent everything I gave you, actually. That's just everything I gave you.
That's fun.
Brennan is so happy.
I know. Okay.
Which
Well,
means
my
it's Grennan who
complication is no
calls
longer
this.
4. I know. Okay. Let me.
It's like PvP, but politics.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Politics versus politics.
Yeah. Value. I mean, probably mission directive would work here. I don't know what any of our mission directives are.
The fleet captain hasn't designated any. Or you're thinking like the top. Oh, maintaining security of the Tallgrass is one of your standing directives.
Okay, sweet. Just because, yay. Like, I've got values that would apply, but mission directive is one I like to try and use,
Yeah,
especially when I can use upwards of 5 determinations in a session. Because I'm broken sometimes. Occasionally, I'm not broken.
yeah. All right, we'll ban your character. Don't worry.
Occasionally, I'm broken on the inside instead.
Oh. Oh.
Let me double check. No, I don't keep it. Damn it. Have 1 momentum, 1 threat. So, yeah. Wow. Getting
Yeah.
assisted.
Reaching that pool.
Well, I was getting assisted, remember?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Might rep.
No.
Damn it. Fine. Okay, then. Let's go. Huh. So we're investigating and working with Klingons.
Yeah.
Well, the whole problem we were having when the colony replicators were getting wholly messed up was a big investigation to find out why that was going on and where
Yeah,
the stuff was coming from. That's
I'll
what
let
led
you
us to the
pull.
whole black market thing.
I'll let you pull that. Sure.
Let me edit a thing here just so I remember. 31. Thank you. Okay. And, yeah, more can always be learned.
Yep.
There we go. Thank you. Yes.
So you just hit the temporary difficulty.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Give me them challenge dice.
Got
5, 6. That's 5 right now.
Yep.
It's enough for a breakthrough.
I'm at 2.
Diff goes down.
Are you spending one just to keep it at one interval?
Yeah, let's try that. What's the worst that can happen?
Fitness, security.
Comp 4, let's go! The fact that it's comp 4 and it's mostly self-inflicted. I mean, it's a physical task too, right? I could go up to comp 5 and use experimental bone net. Right? This is physical.
I mean,
yeah,
I'd go for it.
You don't get a threat.
Roll as few dice as possible.
Yeah, you don't get a threat, right? And it's a diff 2 still?
3.
3. Oh, it went up.
Yep.
Unfortunate. Okay, you get a threat and a momentum now.
A threat eye.
Haha. Yes! I'm so glad that worked out.
You're beginning to feel a little miserable, but you're able to keep on for another day.
Yeah, my
Was that with augmented fitness too?
yes.
Yeah.
That's why I said comp 5. So that is 6 successes.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Stupid.
Spent 1, so we're up to 6 momentum, and there we go.
How much float is that though?
None.
Oh, okay.
3, and then I gave us up to 6. I can't believe that. But yeah, I'm up to 8 now, so someone else can catch up.
And
Like,
Myth.
we know what I'm doing for the next little while, but you know,
Yeah.
someone else might add something more complicated to my life. Who knows?
So, first off, I'll shoot off an encrypted report to Pend about the progress on the diplomatic suites and see if it's up to what he wants in specs.
I mean, as long as you did what I asked, I'll probably be happy with it.
Think so?
Yeah, you succeeded at it. No comps. You did everything you wanted
Yeah.
to do, I think. Because
Same.
you made them. You isolated them. You isolated the suites. And you added extra shields,
Countermeasures.
extra countermeasures. The only thing you haven't done in your there's one thing you haven't done in your list of possible security measures though.
What was that?
The force field breaks with checkpoints.
Got it.
That sounds like internal security, though. It
Mhm.
might be engineering. Yeah, it is internal. God damn it.
It's totally internal security.
Whatever. You can pull Thralic for it if you want to.
Okay, then I'll send off that report to Penn and ask if he wants those as well.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll... Yeah. What's the roll for that?
That is control plus security. Difficulty 3, assisted by structure plus security. Complication 2, because of the Klingons that are making life hard.
The Klingons are making life hard, yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
mean I have to stop? We're working on something. Are you in on it? In on what? Can I just work on the stupid force fields, please?
Oh, there's also probably the one that just tries to bull his way through and it's a force field. You can't do that.
He's a Klingon, he might.
Yeah. This won't stop me. Please stop walking into the force field, please.
Just like the vague smell of something burning.
Yeah. Okay, I think let's hold off on that then until Ver's done with his thing, hopefully.
No, you can have
I'm
Thralic.
going
Just
to No, I'm gonna start writing my
Please.
my presentation.
That will be a security roll. No, I'm just kidding. So your topic is on yourself and your connection and so forth.
That's my first hour of topic. Yeah. Let's be honest here.
Presence engineering difficulty 2.
The only question is, by passing
Oh,
that second fitness roll, did I outlast some of the Klingons? It's a point of pride now.
And computers engineering
Okay.
to assist because you can look it up on the computer to get the computer to help you write your speech.
Yep. All right. Take 1 threat.
I'll be right back.
How dare you?
All right. And focused in artificial intelligence.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems kind of an edge case. Rolling 3. Rerolling 1.
Is this being done from the Araucania or the plank?
From the plank.
Just making sure, because the
Thinking.
different roles there.
Yeah. I'm assuming I'm spending most of the time on my ship because, you know, it's my ship.
I see how it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's fair.
You could visit the Bondo where Warburg ship is.
There's that rampant plank superiority complex going on.
Hey. That's definitely there.
Yeah.
Alright, so we generate 2 momentum. And I'll cut interval down by 1, and then I'd like to write another presentation. Part 2.
On what?
Part 2 is, shoot, I had this. Why didn't I write it down? That would have been wise thing to do.
Because we all have our moments of not being wise.
Yeah, right. It's on the interaction of machine-generated and biologically generated energy fields with specific indications on shielding and psionics.
Hell.
I made shields that could block psionics, and I wrote a paper about it.
No, it's still presence. You're still telling people stuff.
You're sitting in a room full of psionics saying, I know exactly how to nullify each and every single one of your abilities. And
Yeah, I
here's
mean,
how
that's-
I'll do it. In
That's an
excruciating
important thing to
detail.
know.
Presence plus engineering or medicine.
I'll take engineering. Alright, I'll give you another threat. And then I'm also gonna spend 2 momentum. Yes, thank you.
Psionics, plural.
Re-rolling the 0. Ah, man!
Welcome to the club.
Does your ship roll again?
Yes, computers plus engineering
Yeah.
in this case. As in last case, I'm sorry. I just looked at the log.
I would say this is a prestigious club, but I'd be lying.
I'll spend metal to quash.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to set up a secondary topic, a part 2 topic.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to
then I'll
spend...
Spend 1 to reduce.
Okay.
Let's see. How many intervals am I at now? Let me check.
8.
You're at
8.
Yeah,
Alright,
I'm updating it as we go.
Thank you. I kind of want to have just like 4 talks. Because that
Yeah, if
seems
you want.
very in character.
if you want. Just tells me what's happening during the conference is all.
Yeah, no, I know there's downsides to it. There's going to be downsides to it, but it's very in character. Let me think of another topic. I think the next one is part 2 to the first one.
Okay.
So it's just, you know, the Myth of Myth Part 2, Psionics. The peculiar case of the android with presence. That's what the other one was. Okay, and I also have my fourth one. I'm just...
This one's presence medicine difficulty too, because now you're talking about consciousness and the presence of sonic impressions and the theory of sapience and so forth.
All right. I almost was like looking. I was looking at my focuses, going, "Which one applies here?" Medicine 1.
Oh, and the ship helps with medicine, so there's that.
Yep.
Computers medicine.
I kind of, yeah. I think I'm just gonna spend determination here.
Ooh.
Because I would only be rolling an 11. So I'm gonna spend to the value of sentience is a gift. Never squander it. It must be preserved and advanced.
That's on the nose. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I was like, I have a perfect value here. And then rolling to see if I comp. Okay, I don't comp, but I do gain 1 momentum.
And the ship.
And the ship, yes. Pure medicine. Ship's also not great at medicine. Ah, spend 2 to quash that.
And do you want to spend 1 to do a 4th one?
Yes. Yes. And then my 4th one is...
See, I like how Mish just doing all of these reports when they could also be reaching out to the allies.
I could be.
That's
Well,
what they
you
have
know.
superior officers for.
But
Yeah.
I did want you to reach out to Liar.
I'll do that eventually. Don't worry about it. That's next on my list.
After the
so...
6 more topics.
No, I'm only doing 4 topics right now. Topic 4 is many minds in one body, the preservers and their consciousness.
Oh, I almost spelled it right the first time. I'm so sad. Good golly.
Listen, science friends hardly ever get to be science friends. Let us do it.
I'll pick on you a little bit. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
This is a difficult
Go for it.
topic.
Oh yeah. This one is flagged advanced.
Presence science difficulty 3, computer science.
All right. I'm gonna spend 3 momentum here.
Okay.
Focus in artificial intelligence.
Yes.
All right. Rerolling the 0. All right. That's 5. We generate 2.
And ship.
And the ship. Right. I'm not all the way here. Which generate 3.
And you want to spend one to keep it down to 1?
Yep. uh,
Right. Oh, good golly. Okay, cool. So you have that topic sit down.
yep, and now I'll contact Liar.
Is there anything you would like Liar to do in particular, or are you just checking in with him?
I think I'm just checking in. Again. Yeah.
All right, that will be presence plus command difficulty up 2.
Alright. Spend momentum here. Focus in Starfleet protocols? It's a stretch.
I'll take it. You're saying very point to point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Read the wrong thing in the Discord, and my brain misread that completely.
Oh no.
Does the ship help?
How's it? I don't think so.
Well, it is a thing, so it'd actually be influence plus rep, because it's a squadron to ally thing.
There you go. Yep.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you're able to collaborate with various members of the squadron on their interaction with Liar, how they talked with him, what he's been up to, which informs your discussion with him in the Starfleet protocol of point 1. Do you have any problems with this? Point 2. We have problems with this. There is like a checklist, because Starfleet very much seems like an organization of checklists.
Yeah.
It's just that most people wing it. They still follow the checks, but they wing it. Yeah, I haven't been. The captain, Athaton hasn't been demoted yet.
Oh, I was talking about myself, but okay.
Oh. Yes, the young whippersnapper, upper jumper who's beyond his station because he's younger than I am, and I really should be an admiral by now. But no, I'm stuck captaining some silly ship with. Anyway, sorry, what? I'm not salty.
Because
You're
he's
salty.
human.
Whew.
But yes, when you speak with Liar, Liar tells you that I'm quite comfortable with my situation here in your bit of space. I am enjoying my opportunities to explore this area and try out the various small craft. I would very much like to get a chance to pilot one of your larger starships, not under combat conditions, but just handle the con for a little bit, do some basic maneuvering and stuff. I have been able to ask Alec to fly one of the fighters. That was fun. I am still waiting to get in some time to fly his Defender. That seems like an interesting, if clumsy, ship. I will try not to pry into your classified area so much, but when something says secret, that just makes me want to look into it more, not less.
They don't say
So-
secret. They say
Uh,
secure area.
That's secret in another language. But and the more guns that are involved, the more I want to look. But I'm willing to let that go. One other thing I would like to do, I would like to go to Shosku 1 at some point and just not look at the secure areas or anything, but I just want to see what the planet's like. I did look at Shosku 2 and 3. Those were fun walks. I am working my way through the moons around Shosku 4. Not a whole lot there, but, something to do.
I can look into arranging you visitor permits for Shosku 1.
Oh, good. I would appreciate that. I think there's something of interest to me, and hopefully only me.
Very well.
About those, an hour or two at the helm of the Plank, or the Kismet, or both.
That will be a matter I'll have to bring up with Captain Grennan.
I'd appreciate it if you did. It's not often I get to. I haven't flown a Starfleet vessel in some time.
Huh.
Raised eyebrow. I see. I can make no guarantees that the captain will be amenable to such an action, as usually it requires several years of Starfleet training before one is allowed to helm a Starfleet vessel.
Oh, it's fine. It's really just a matter of making sure not to overload the power coupling across the impulse network to ensure that the EPS conduits distribute the energy properly and maintain the navigation shield. I mean, it's more complicated because it's a larger vessel, but...
I
And
do
when
not
you
doubt
rattled
your
it off, it's one of those,
qualification.
like, that's like textbook Starfleet con stuff.
Mhm.
It's a little out of date because there's biogel packs now, but you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm good though. I'm happy with how the things are, and the things you choose to lie about, I don't have a problem with, and the things I choose to lie to you about haven't hurt you yet. So I think we're good so far.
I'm glad we are still partaking in a beneficial arrangement.
So am I.
Well then, if there's nothing else.
Oh, one other thing. If you happen to encounter the Eudri, I would make sure you weren't in the room when it happened.
Me specifically.
You specifically.
A Eudri. I will make a note of that.
Who?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is this a species we're familiar with?
Yes, it's been a long time since you ran into them.
Okay.
That's how the Lord Engineer got their title. That's who gave it to them.
Oh!
Oh yeah, that'd want you definitely.
That was like the session I wasn't there for.
Yeah, you're being
I think
taken
you
back
left
to the
early.
tech corner.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I left early or whatever, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd probably just be like, oh, look, a robot. I'm taking this.
But yeah, no, you've caught up with Liar. Liar seems to be perfectly happy with you guys. And actually, I will tell you that and you kind of learned this from the interaction. Liar has his own reputation score in his head that he's keeping track of how he likes you guys as a group. And if it gets low enough, he just leaves. He won't say anything. He won't do anything. He won't attack you. He'll just leave and
Right.
wander off and do something else. If it gets high enough, every so often or stays high enough, he tends to tell you stuff because he doesn't want you guys to get hurt.
Right.
Miff, are you going to let that one stay as a 2 interval?
Yeah,
That
because
one
this
you kinda
isn't
have
something
to,
that
'cause yeah.
that she's any like particularly good at. And also I'm interacting with people.
Although actually I can say Liar actually no, Liar does sleep. So yeah, you'd have to spend the 2 days because he'd have to go, no, I gotta lie down.
I would
may be
believe
powerful,
he could
but
talk
I like
very
sleep.
fast.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'll pass off to whoever wants to go next then. The next bit of stuff.
I mean, Grennan's been quiet for a while. Do you want to do something?
And actually, before we go too much further, the most I'm willing to keep going is for another hour. We can stop once everyone's at 10, and then we
Yeah,
can make
that's
this
what
a
I'm thinking.
two-parter.
Sounds reasonable.
That's what
That
I'm
way,
thinking.
and then next time we'll be able to pick up fairly quickly and have the rest of your actions done plus the conference. So the next episode can be the conference plus more station keeping.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Fair enough, we can just move down the list then.
Okay. I only have one thing left.
You would.
So, well, I mean, I only have enough time to do one more thing.
That's
So
true.
the question is, do we want to reach out? Do we want me to reach out to the tugboat fleet
Done.
out? Huh?
Done.
Oh, you already did it.
Yep.
And tugboats.
What about the Bellatrix?
Not done yet.
Nope.
Or what about Outpost Sierra Alpha?
Also not
Nope.
done yet.
Okay, so it's between the Bellatrix and Outpost Sierra.
I'd say maybe the outpost first.
Okay. Because let me just scroll back up through the thing to just. Yeah. Yeah. The outpost is definitely.
Okay. Are you just checking in with them, or are you trying to get them to do something for you in particular?
Is there anything that we would want that out to do? Otherwise, I'm just gonna check in.
I mean, the check-in seems fine.
Yeah, I think the check-ins are working out nicely, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like we're not specifically asking for anything, we're just engendering them. Engendering goodwill.
Yeah. What are your what are the issues you're dealing with?
Yeah.
Presence command, difficulty 2, assisted by influence plus rep for a check-in.
I'll take the momentum for their die.
You would. Sorry, I'll stop that. I'm running out of coffee, so I'm running out of jokes.
They're getting recycled.
Diplomacy or team dynamics?
Team dynamics, you're both Starfleet.
Presence command. Thank you much.
I just got more.
Rerolling
coffee.
that comp.
And that's a hit.
So that is 2 momentum on the board.
So, as far as Outpost Sierra is concerned, they've been briefed. Their commander has been briefed on the Silk Road Initiative, so they're prepping for that. Don't worry about helping them with it. They have their own supply chain. They're good. They're making sure that anything that they aren't supposed to get is getting to you. That's easy. It's a matter of making sure their operations officers staying on top of that. They've heard rumors that there are. They report that there are a few ships that are not in Tallgrass, but they've noticed that are between you and 27. The Ganymedes probably is coming into the sector. They've been told of that, so they're passing that bulletin off to you. The Svalin tends to be moving rimward. They seem to be doing something out that way regarding some alien species. They'll let you. I mean, you probably are getting the same.
Well, and Grennan probably would have already let them. Yeah, we. Ganymede been here.
Yeah, it's more of the outpost is relaying like, yeah, this is stuff that we've seen. They heard that there's a few other ships that are going to be moving around in the area that aren't 10th Expeditionary Fleet, that are Starfleet. They haven't been cleared to know what that is, because that's because SAFE is essentially a 10th Fleet installation at this point, by virtue of being in your space. So they defer to you when it comes to stuff.
Got it.
They have heard rumors of movement in the Gorn hegemony. Like a lot of
the what?
The Gorn hegemony.
Okay. I thought you said Goron.
There is some movement in their military forces. Nothing that looks like a buildup, but it's movement along the borderline. That usually means some internal matter has been pushed out into the outer edge, and there's a fight. They've heard of that happening. But then again,
who knows?
When a lot of ships are gathering up at the edges like that, it kind of sort of might be perceived as mobilizing. So they're doing some drills just to be safe. They're not. The security threat is like on a scale of 5, about a 3. It's up there, but they're like, we're just being cautious.
Keep us appraised of that if things get any. If things get any weirder, let us know.
And they've heard rumors that a Admiral Haggard might be coming by for a surprise inspection. So you might have a surprise inspection coming up in the near future. Just a heads up.
Awesome.
But just a rumor, of course. Yeah. We didn't ask anyone. We weren't supposed to ask about that sort of stuff.
Of course not. And this is an out of character question. What scale is the outpost again?
It's like 8, I think.
Okay.
It's a small deep space outpost.
Yeah, no, I figured. I just wanted to make sure that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Okay.
In reports in the safe sector is doing fine. Apparently, Special Agent Watanabe is going to be might be shipping out to your area. They're not sure why, because it's not a Starfleet matter. But as far as they know, it's not a problem in their area. So, but apparently he's heading your way. They've arranged for him to get a ship over to you. You don't have to send a ship out to them. They'll just take they'll take their saber, and their saber will just jet out to you to get them there quickie.
Awesome. Okay, great.
The only thing they would like, alliance-wise, is possibly a visit from one of your ships to assist with some scans of the sector. Maybe a check-in on the Renai plant system would be nice. They're pretty sure it's dormant, but sabers aren't really great for scanning planets. That's not what you send a saber out for. Saber's a patrol boat.
Yeah, well, I'll see. In that case, the plan for that will be I'll see if I can get the Maxwell Planck to drop in and do that while en route to a planned survey assignment.
Okay, that's great. That'd be totally helpful.
I'll see about getting that set up.
Yep. That's it for us, though.
Very good.
All right, Grin has hit his 10. Yay! Grin's 10 intervals old. Wait. Pen.
I mean, honestly, sometimes he acts like he's 10. So
intervals old. Yes.
Chalky milk. Yep.
Pend, Efrix, or Varder.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of the two that I want to do. I've got an idea of one, but I'm just trying to think of the second one.
I know exactly what I've got to do.
Then do you want to do that, bud?
Yeah. It's looking like a Div 3 Comp 2 at the moment, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna knock down 4 of that work.
Oh, you really don't. What? Why?
Because he's got threat.
What kind of monster?
The kind that isn't throwing Borg cubes at you.
Yeah.
See, you say that, but
We get mission appropriate challenges.
I'm still waiting for the 10th Fleet to have a Borg offense, so you shouldn't say that.
Yeah, have a threat.
Planning on it.
Security team makes that Div 2,
But for some reason.
and the resistance is 1 because
Yeah,
yay.
I mean, the difficulty with the Borg is that we're on the wrong side of the Federation.
You sure about that?
I think the board can get anywhere.
Yeah.
That is a security roll there, eh, Varder?
Huh? Oh, whatever.
I mean, you still made it, hilariously, but...
I thought I changed everything correctly, but hey, I didn't.
No, what's the difficulty
And,
too?
Might rep. What was that, Brendan? Sorry?
So that was a hit. So what's the difficulty?
3. No.
3.
2.
2, because
Security
you
team.
spent for... Yeah.
I have my security team. Yes.
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 Do I do the really unhealthy thing and just stay up as well?
Well, let's see how many hits you get first before we
Oh,
worry
yeah.
about that.
It's not going to be
You
enough
might
to
get no
finish
work
it.
done.
Oh.
5 down to 4.
Just spend one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, spend 1 for piercing or damage. Doesn't matter.
Or you could reroll.
And get potentially nothing.
That's true.
Piercing allows you to have 1 more work, technically.
So just paying for one more.
Yeah. Because it's only resistance 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with odd-numbered resistances.
Yeah.
Is that
Wow.
eventually, at a point, it's
not
only
tricky,
efficient.
really.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Dharma.
Do you want to go for the extra?
Yeah. What's my fitness security challenge at now?
We were at 3 last time, so 4
Yeah.
this time.
Sweet. Brilliant.
It's a good thing
Just
that
waiting for
Efforts
the-
is like on her way away from you.
Let me go with my value of the odds will not beat me, I'll beat them.
I'm just waiting for the diff 5
Sure.
comp 5 medicine roll you make.
It's gonna happen. I bet anything.
And it's diff 4, you said?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so-
get a call, like, he did it again, and
We'll use 1 momentum and
Well, 2.
comp 5 this because haha.
Well, 2. It's
Jesus.
No, he was probably giving 1 threat because he rerolls on threat.
No.
Ah,
Well, I didn't give a threat. But I did and I didn't because I used my bone juice, which means I didn't give him a threat.
well,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
And that was diff
Ah,
I
4.
using
hate that term. I hate it.
It's pretty bad.
6 that's 6 successes.
Stupid.
That is.
So we made 2 momentum off that, and I'm
you,
still here.
you like it a juice, yeah.
Oh god.
Oh wait, no, that's more than 6. That is 8 successes
Uh-huh.
because I did a thing and then forgot to do the other thing. Damn it!
I mean,
Whatever.
dude.
You made momentum off it. Go away.
Yeah, like.
Take.
So now I'm at what?
Just
9 out of. Yeah.
Yeah, you got 1 more interval, which we'll have to spend 1, but you need to do the roll first.
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
I don't
let's see.
sleep, but your species does. This is unhealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're looking at a diff. I'm gonna bring it back up to 3.
It's like, hey, Everix, my bone juice makes me not need to sleep. Passes out.
Has him on his feet. The crystals are helping him stay upright.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's probably more like I'm
I
not
was
being.
just resting my
I-
eyes.
It's probably like I don't need to work for 10 minutes. Conks out for 10 minutes.
Power naps.
There's this gap between meetings. Sleeping.
So yeah, you have your next investigation.
While standing up with your eyes open, slightly glowing.
Yeah.
It's
Was
like
this
night lights.
was this insight or
Insight. Yep.
it was insight? Okay. My
Oh.
complication goes way down from 5. I love that. Okay.
Wait, so if Harder's eyes glow while he's asleep, or while he has his eyes closed, does he like see
That's-
the inside of his eyelids?
Stop talking.
God.
Double check some things here because I've not looked at these for a minute. Nope. Nope. Could do that one. That'd be funny. Snark at me.
Imagine having enough that you could just like, I could use that one. It'd be funny.
Yeah. Okay. Have a threat because bold. Yeah. And it's diff 2 again because of things. Nice. Okay. Well, we still
Diff
made
3
it.
currently.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
you brought
got
it
my
down to 2. Yeah. I see what
security
you're saying.
team.
Yeah.
They're still here. Well, it's a
For
different
now.
shift of people, but hey,
Yeah.
And we gain 2 more.
brilliant. So we've got float on this one. Nice.
is
Lovely.
bonkers.
Hi. Oh, I'm re-rolling 4 of those. There we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Brought down to 5.
You just spend the extra to make it interval 10.
Yeah.
Wait,
Squarely
so
into.
Oh, that's what you're doing. Okay. So, whoopsie. No. There. All right. On your fourth magnitude, you learned that there is thankfully no unified new house or organized measure of these possible traders, but there is an increase. That increase in merc activity is a thing for certain. And the Klingons point out to you, your consultants, as it were, tell you that that's a common thing traders will do if they run to another civilization. They'll whether it's Federations, Romulans, Cardassians, doesn't matter. It's the same story every time. Because if they're one banner, if they're not strong enough, they know they get quashed. But but the thing is, once they get to a critical mass, all these little mercenary companies will mysteriously have a nice blood wine drinking party and just happen to run into each other and unite under a new house. And then they become a problem, like a Duras problem.
That means how many of them are in Federation jails right now as prisoners because of what we were doing against doing anti-pirate operations? It's probably a sizable chunk.
A sizable chunk, yeah. So it's been slowed down considerably. That's why they haven't united. But this is why they want to root out even the tiny pockets on planets and stuff, because they can become a problem if they aren't rooted out.
Please don't tell me this is going to point to the whole movement and the Gorn thing. Okay, time for Diff 5, Comp 5. Let's go.
Well, we're going to stop here because you're at 10.
Yes, but I need to fitness roll to make sure I'm not suffering horribly tomorrow, right?
Yes, that would be important. Fitness 5, it's a Diff 5 fitness complication of... No, you're still at...
I don't have a base complication. I'm doing all this to myself.
It's true.
Oh, actually, no, you did. I shouldn't have been at Comp 5 last time because you lifted that by 1. No, it's security. It is Comp 5. That's why. That's why it's Comp 5. Haha. So,
well,
yes.
You have 6 momentum.
I do. And plenty of self-loathing.
Ow.
Well, don't we all?
Not me. I just directed it to everybody else. Wait, that's not healthy either.
No, not exactly. Not terribly.
So how much of that momentum are you going to spend, my guy?
Well, it's Comp 5 because I use that to get a threat third dice for free.
So
can I go over Comp 5?
If you push it, I'm not supposed to put it over to Comp 5. You could, in theory.
It's probably a terrible idea.
Don't do it, man.
Okay.
Just do threat, not threat, and 5 momentum.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeet.
I think you're awake.
This is such bullshit.
Such bullshit.
All right, so far,
so
we check in with Butter next.
7, 8, 9. So I made 4 momentum off that, and I only spent 5, so we're up to 5 momentum still.
Barter is fucking wired.
Are the Klingons impressed yet?
Yes, actually. They are quite impressed with your...
They've heard the phrase, "It will not sleep until it's done." But now they're like, what the hell?
Like, you start seeing other Klingons come in on their new shift, going like, wait, he's still here? And the other Klingons go, yeah, he hasn't left.
He never left.
I just like the idea that Varda is actually asleep, it's just his body's on autopilot.
The truth will be found, so say the Kashoans. What? Nothing.
I mean, that's why I'm using the bone juice, clearly.
Pendor Efrix.
This was so stupid.
You're gonna regret this next episode. I'm letting you know now.
Efrix,
what's gonna happen when you crash?
We'll find out
In
when
the
we get
middle
there.
of your talk, just.
You're just gonna lose like 4 intervals.
Efrix, do you want
I legitimately don't know what to do with my time.
do you want to reach out to one of the 9?
Sure.
I mean, you got like the Bellatrix. That's a cargo freighter, so it's not a huge one.
Yeah.
So you want to call out to the SS Bellatrix, who you were the reason they became a thing. You're actually the one who introduced
Yeah.
them to the. It's your fault.
They were the one that I helped, like, protect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the Peltist.
Okay, that would make sense for me to reach out to them then. Sure.
Check in, or do you want them to do anything particular for the squadron?
I think just check in unless anybody else had anything.
Yeah, if you get them to do the same that I was doing with the tugboat fleet, because I've got my next two are going to be to get like advertised holographs for like more people and more companies.
Would you just have them closer to like the border?
Yeah, like kind of like a
Holograph,
ferry
big holograph.
service,
Sorry, what?
like a ferry service kind of.
Okay. I mean, they're like a transport ship, right?
Yeah, it's good for shipping people. That's what I mean. So it's one of those get as much out of them as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. Um, do I have something with them?
I mean, we've also got a nice pool of momentum.
Yeah, I'm just my presence is okay, but my con is shit.
Do you have a
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I'm glad I didn't have to
Oh,
finish that sentence.
I
because
didn't do
have
earlier.
the right words.
I didn't roll my veteran earlier. Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Try.
Just give me a ton of threat. It'll be fine. I won't
Yeah.
use it on the next roll.
I mean, we also have a ton of momentum. You could just do that.
So
And
I was
much.
trying to see if I had something that I could use to do. I'm a doctor.
I'm a doctor, not a diplomat.
I have to have something to burn it on because I already used my determination, and it takes a determination. Nope. Okay. It's difficulty 3.
Maybe spends 5 and 1 threat. Just throw all the
Kind of
dice
want
at
to
the
hold
problem.
on to something in case I complicate.
Then what? Just throw free momentum for 2 extra dice?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could also give him.
Counseling?
At complication.
Do you want to give him free threat as
Well,
well?
it doesn't count in con.
Yeah, you can give him free threat as well if you want that last dice.
Nah, it's alright.
big money, no whammies.
I was just checking all my other stuff to see if I had anything. I don't.
Hmm. Oh. Oh no.
No.
Andy? Let's see.
Does the shuttle assist?
No.
It's worth a go.
One could succeed at cost, but that would require you to lose one. You would gain 1 point of resource, but lose 1 point in influence because you'd be pulling some strings for them to expedite their movement through space and help them jump the queue a few times in tall grass.
Hmm.
So that would bring us down to 9 influence and up to 10 resources.
I feel like showing favoritism like that though might be a bad idea in the long
It
run.
might be
Yeah.
considered unethical, in fact.
Yeah.
I mean, would you allow the fact that we got 2 to just say we checked in and we don't gain anything?
Well, if you just let the fail, they won't increase their shipping for citing that they have too much bureaucracy they have to go through, so they can't really do more than they're already doing. But you won't really get an effective check-in because you would have spent so much time trying to arrange this.
I did spend my,
You challenge a value.
I don't know.
Might just have to let this one
That's
run.
the alliance. It's not a favor. Hang on. Why didn't I make friends with him?
I mean, do you have any medals?
Could ask Penn for assistance. It just burns into 2 of his intervals.
All these favors that I've never called in.
Yes, if you want, I can roll an assistance die, see if that gets it.
I don't think I have any milestones that apply, even with failing.
If that's the case, yeah, I'll assist and just spend some of my time.
Okay.
Sorry, Panda, tried. This is why I didn't offer up to do this, because
no
my
worries.
com is shit. Mm-hmm.
Cannon. I definitely can't spend this session's one.
Efrix,
Uh-huh.
just a quick question. So, why is it presence medicine again?
Oh. Which means I didn't make it. Yeah, it's a 0.
No, okay.
On that second one. The first one is okay, I think.
Yeah, the first one's a 4.
Or just say if we're that far behind, I probably wouldn't have rolled.
Well, you try to check in with them as you can, and well, they're as friendly as they are to you. It's they're still very much civilian traders, and it's hard to relate to their problems when, well, you're used to the problems of a Starfleet medical officer, not the problems of a civilian transport captain. And ultimately, at the end of 2 days, you don't really get to check in with them, but you are able to at least know that you weren't able to do that. So,
Oof.
then again, you can. Well, no, because I was gonna say you can
No,
stay
we're
up.
not succeeding.
No,
I
I
mean,
was
I
gonna say.
can.
I was gonna say you could stay up at night. I'm like, wait, that doesn't work because they'd have to stay up with you, and they won't make that roll. I know they won't.
And reason my character sheet closed and won't reopen.
Oh no.
Hooray. Yay!
So even if I could find something, I can't.
Yeah. That leaves us with Pend.
Yes. So we'll just sort of say, am I counting that one?
I mean, I would have given you my report that was I achieved nothing.
Okay. And
Yeah, I'll let you wave it.
They exist.
Yeah, they exist. They answered the phone.
I mean, that's good.
it's better than not answering. Yeah, then the two I would have done are one to reach out to new possible people relocating to the area, and the other is to possible organizations, groups looking to invest, advertise, generally like move business to the area.
The first thing you said sounds like a population issue. You're kind of at the top of your population that you can really handle. But the other one does sound like a resource issue. So you could try to push for more trade, like encourage traders to outside of Tallgrass to come in and trade that way.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll do that for one, and I'll do the other one for going over possible crew transfers. Like going over applications and shit.
So for the first roll, presence command, difficulty 2, assisted by resource or influence plus reputation.
Take a threat.
Sure.
That's another hit.
Yep, so you're able to increase your resources by 1 as you push and make various calls to various traders to come into the area.
Sweet. Yeah, and the second one was more of a case of considering we're going back to Earth and the central systems, it's to go over applications for Tiger Squadron and bring a new selection of people back to Tiger Squadron. Hiring the best and the brightest. And if I roll a complication, I bring a couple of duds back.
You show up with a cadet squad. It's like, why? That role that were available.
I mean, I thought we wanted more Grinnons.
It's people around his age, you know.
They can sit at the table and drink trucky milk with them.
Yeah.
Never been at the captain's table. It's always been the children's table.
And for some reason, Varder got demoted. I'm not sure why, but...
I'm sure this is probably going to be like the last roll of the night.
Yep.
So 2 threat I'm going to spend 4.
Brooks is like, I don't find a problem with chocolate milk.
2 threat, you say?
Yeah, try to spend it against me.
Yeah.
Plus, you can't process lactose. Then there's a problem with it. Any species can't, you know.
The reason humans
We
made
will.
augments.
Opened.
I have a reroll. Calm
So
down.
I can enjoy cheese.
And that's another crit.
That's 3 momentum generated.
Can we just spend that free in random shit?
Actually, for 2 momentum, what I'm going to do is that you can generate up to 2 supporting characters as if they've already gained a... they've already been activated once. Or 1 officer who has been activated twice.
Ooh, cool.
Ooh, which one do we want?
Could
we give you
Activated once.
Could we give you one more momentum for one of each?
Yes, but one of them would have to be a exchange officer.
That's fine.
Like Cardassian. Actually, Cardassian. That seems like a good
Yeah.
exchange for that threat.
Sure, fuck it.
Yeah. Yay.
A Tholian.
Tholian. No, the Tholians want like nothing right now.
No, Tholian, not a Tholiant. We're not trying to deforest anything. Funny jokes. So, with that, for now, as the conference grows closer, 10 days have gone by, and then some. Much has been done, and yet there is so much more to do, and the fate of a certain captain may be in the balance in the near future. But for now, that will be the end of the episode.